Hey, YouTube. Okay. Hey, who's one old person on here? Give me a thumbs up as you enter the room. If you're not a subscriber, please subscribe as well. So I'm going to wait a few more minutes until I get some more people in the room, and then I will start. So I'm not doing StreamYard. I'm trying to save up my time because it renews in the 14th. So I don't want to use up all of my time for that. So I'll wait a few more minutes. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. We're going to be very specific in terms of our topics today. So, as you can see, the title, Why Orangeman Went Alive and Prop 22 in California. So, those are the two things we're going to discuss. The Orangeman, as we all know, Donald Duck Trump, his line ass, he just, it's just aggravating of how he's just getting on there, just so delusional. Hey, come on in the room. I'm gonna start playing some music in the back. Like people when you watch other YouTube channels, people be having this introduction music and stuff. Hey, Ruthie, Jeremy. So, South Carolina. Not South Carolina, Georgia. It was like 49.8 to 49.7. And they still counting votes. And pretty much it's going to go down to the very last vote. And Philadelphia, they still got, as they were saying, they may not have anything available. They tried to say they was trying to do it by tomorrow, but um, it looks like Sunday we'll probably know everything. It's all going to boil down to what's going to happen on Sunday. All the votes that's been mailed in, you know, Nevada and Arizona, they've been saying they're going to count every single vote. And it's not like it's being difficult. It's just the fact that they're going to make sure they count every single one, every single ballot. It's going to go down to every single one. It ain't going to be no, well, we're going to count up to a certain amount. They're going to count every single one to make sure. Philadelphia, too. North Carolina. You haven't heard too much about North Carolina, but they still voting, too. Hey, Erica. So they still doing it, too. But Philadelphia, they said basically Philly has almost, they said it was so many mail-in votes that came in. And people they still dealing with more ballots coming into the mail. And they said, like Friday, but it's still, they still counting. They're not letting nobody intimidate them. Arizona, they have a crowd of people protesting. And sadly enough, I don't know how true that is, but they said a little boy was shot in that protest in the crowd. And amazing how the cops are not doing anything because they are Trump supporters. They're not black, and they're not doing anything to control what's going on with the mob. But they making sure that those poll workers get protected. And it's a crime shame of what they're doing out there. How you gonna have a crowd of people protesting? It's amazing. They want to protest because of what? To stop the vote, to stop the count. Why did he just do a press conference? I didn't even read it. That's why the first topic is why the Orange Man is lying. I didn't even look at it. I was like, nope, because I was trying to deal with um my Ethernet so I could start my work from home job training for Monday, and I'm having difficulties connecting the Ethernet. I have Wi-Fi. I could connect to the internet, but it has to be connected. It is not detecting the Ethernet cord, so I have to wait till AT&T come out here tomorrow evening and see what they could do. So I've been dealing with that all day today. I've been on the phone with AT&T trying to figure out why the Ethernet is not picking up. I mean, a few months ago when I was doing the other companies, I had to be hardwired. It was no problem. So and then so I've been dealing with that all day. I was in technical support with the company, trying to, download, and it's still detecting my Wi-Fi. And so I can't start training until I can't do training if that's not fixed. So then I was going to Lenovo technical support to try to get that done and figure out, since I purchased like a 4-year plan, if something goes with my computer and person can't even figure it out. I said they looking at the drivers and all. I was like, you know what, this is stupid. So I'm trying not to be disappointed because I really was looking forward to doing that start that training, even though it's not paid. So I was really looking forward to doing it. So hopefully tomorrow it will be figured out. And I ordered an Ethernet cord from Office Depot, and I ordered another one from Amazon. It's supposed to come 1 day delivery, so I'm supposed to get that in the mail. And it was like, well, maybe it's the cord, da 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 da. And I was like, okay, we're gonna come down to something. It ain't my computer, that's for sure. It ain't nothing wrong with the drivers. It ain't nothing wrong. So hopefully it's something on AT&T's end. And I spoke to this last person. She finally gave me. She's saying that it was. It looks like there was some type of connection issue with the wiring, because I said I paid for hardwired around my house and be able to connect. So she said it would made. So she said it looked like there was some issue on their end with the wire. So they're gonna come out. I said I'm not paying them when the if it's an issue with AT&T with the equipment, I won't be charged. But I better not be charged for something that ain't my issue, because my Wayfair computer, everything is working fine. Because in order for me to work with Wayfair, I have to be making sure that it's hardwired. So I don't log into the VPN. So we'll see. We'll see. They're supposed to come in tomorrow between 4 and 8. Hey, Dorian. Donald Trump don't did a press conference. I didn't even look at it. I was like, I ain't got nothing to even say what that lying ass got to say. He been lying, him and his son and everybody else. They've been getting on there just talking crazy, just lying, and they had all these fact checks, and he just making himself look stupider and foolish as the time goes by. His campaign staff and stuff. Um, they already kind of like they ready to go. They ready to like turn it in and say, okay, you lost. Let me move on. And then for Georgia, girl, Erica, have you seen the numbers? 49.8 to 49.7. They said they got about what? Maybe 20,000 votes to count, and all of it is in all of those votes that they need to count is in DeKalb County, Gwinnett County, and all of it's blue. So they didn't turn it completely dark blue yet, but they saying that those really are the only that's only of the other votes that's available. And it's really coming down to the wire in Georgia. Remember how it was 50 point something percent, and and it was like 40 something percent. And now It went down from 49.8 to 49.1. Now it's 49.9, no, 49.8 to 49.7. It's like point 0.1. And they still have 90 something percent of the vote that was done in certain these small little counties that's blue. So they counting every ballot. They counting down to every single ballot, down to they count them all of them. And can you imagine? In Philadelphia, they narrowed down. They cut the lead. They cut that lead down. Donald Trump lead was shrinking and shrinking every day. Every day it was shrinking and shrinking. And we're not talking about. Oh, you missing everything? How are you missing everything? All you gotta do is go to CNN.com on your phone, and you'll get all the little snippets, updates. But it's still stuck on that number though. They said Trump needs to get Philadelphia. I mean, Trump needs to get Pennsylvania to have a chance. Well, I wasn't going out anyway. All these COVID going on, so I wasn't going out anyway. So, but yep, I think they already know who won, but they just don't want to say nothing. To me, I think when it's all said and done, whatever happens, people ain't gonna be going crazy. They ain't gonna be like, oh my God, they ain't gonna be going out like that. I mean, I wouldn't go to no rural areas all up in the cut, I wouldn't do that. But to me, it's just I'm not gonna be going out anyway because of I think when it's all said and done, those Trump supporters, it'll be a few people who are gonna be not few, but there's gonna be a bunch of jackasses that gonna be, it ain't much they could do. But I wouldn't be out there anyway. I would not be out there anyway. Look at this Aldi's popcorn. Oh, this tastes so good. This tastes better than the name brand popcorn. This little Clancy white cheddar cheese popcorn, it tastes pretty good. And it's not overly cheesy or salty and got a whole bunch of artificial flavors and stuff. But Aldi's potato chips and popcorn and stuff like that tastes pretty good. That's enough of that. But yeah. The only thing I'll be more concerned of is as long as there's no clash of people like, say, Black Lives Matter or black folks trying to get in with the Trump supporters or mix and mingle, as long as people don't do that, I think it'll be fine because those police officers out there in Arizona, how you going to just let people bombard and have guns and stuff blocking people from doing their job? What he feeling salty about? Man, Tampa. I know he's a Trump supporter, but whatever. I don't understand it. I know he's a Trump supporter. an idiot. I mean, Scott, mm, certain things, I don't understand it. I don't know how a smoke chain smoking gay white man could be so-called um on views on Republicans for someone who's probably even against LGBTQWXYZ. I mean, I understand Scott or Uber Van Tampa, some of his views where he talk about if people need to get up your ass, you need to go to work, blah blah blah, social, with the welfare and things like that. Because I have similar views when it comes to certain things like that. You know, but his views is a little his views are way much deeper that I really believe he could be one of those LGBT, gay white men, racist against black folks, even though he ain't gonna come out and say it out loud. I said I was gonna eat no more popcorn. And I don't know. I know one thing. He's just one of those typical, you know, white underclass white folks that be a Trump supporter, be like, you know, I'm for Donald Trump. He's one of those. And like I said, it's nothing wrong being conservative when it comes to certain things, but there's something about him that kind of really rubs me the wrong way, you know. But he'd be the last one to really Hey, how can you retract your words, Peterson Jacobs? Oh, hell for review. Okay, everybody can view it. So I don't know. Like I said, whatever. Ain't no big deal. That's your views. That's your views. But at the same time, people who got those type of views like that, they the main one that needs to realize Trump ain't for you, and you ain't gonna. And I don't know if you think you're gonna get any benefit from the things Trump has done. You probably got something to say with President Obama. If you think you were better off, and I'm quite sure he wasn't, all the stuff that he was going through, you know, he lived up there in Florida, and I'm quite sure his husband, who works at Disney, probably lost his job because, or got furloughed, you know, and then all that struggling he was going through, you would think. I mean, we have similar temperaments when it comes to these ride sharing gigs, but other than that, mm-mm. So I don't know. Who knows? Little man Tampa, I'm quite sure he ain't the only one. I'm quite sure he's not the only one. But I haven't really, nothing popped up lately with his notifications, so I really not been following him, and really I haven't followed a whole lot of people lately. I told him that dude is a crook and he argued me down. I bet you he did. I bet you he did. You know, regardless if you in the LGBTQ, so white folks still have that sentiment about whatever it is they got going on. You know, I'm quite sure of that. And then if you come off to be somewhat liberal, that's just as worse because they could be. patronizing about black people and black causes and stuff. Yeah, they just as worse. They be thinking they for black folks and minority, but they just as maybe just as maybe just as whatever crazy too, you know. Oh, we just love black culture. We just love, you know. I ain't say all white folks, but you know, there's some white folks they stand for the cause. You know, they'll be there and things like that. But when you kind of like liberal, you know, one of those liberal white folks, you know, you still got the privilege, but you kind of patting, oh, so sorry for you. But at the same time, you know, they ain't gonna really stand up for anything. They'll stand up there trying to move into your neighborhoods and gentrify, you know, gentrification and stuff. And they be one of those, well, I support black cousin, I believe, but they be sitting up in there taking advantage too. They could care less. They could care less, you know. So bump them. It ain't go. Sometimes you gotta you make cross. You know, you gotta make sure you side eye some people, some of these white folks. Be like, hey, you know, you be respectful, but at the same time, you gotta be, you gotta give them you gotta give them the side eye. You know, don't be too, don't be too, be, you know, like, hey, I'm, you know, nope. I know something about 3 years ago, somebody was having an event for everybody to come together to do things, and this particular person had a fallout with him. But I'm not going to tell the story because it's not my story to tell. But people had fallouts. I had a fallout with him. You know, even I had a fallout. It was a certain point. I think I had blocked him, or he blocked me, or we blocked each other. Oh, I'll get on to that topic. Prop 22 was the thing in California to with Uber, Lyft, and gig jobs companies, whether they classify gig workers as employees. And the majority of people passed it, so Uber can now let people stay as independent contractors. The state of California did rule that in California, based on state law and things of that nature, that what Uber was doing was misclassifying, and they were supposed to switch all these employees over. Well, not employees. They were supposed to switch drivers that lives in California. It wasn't just Uber. It was Uber, Lyft, or any of those gig jobs that they were supposed to classify them as employees based on state law, and they had months to do it, but they appealed it and appealed it, and somehow or another they got it to go on a ballot. Let the people decide, even though the state and the courts in California already said ruled against Uber and Lyft and all these other companies that they were supposed to be employees, which was entitled them to benefits, vacation, overtime, and all that stuff. So they turned around, appealed it, appealed it, and then some, you know, if you have so many signatures, you could put it on a ballot, and that's what happened. They got so many signatures that they turned around and put it on a ballot in California, and it passed. So now Uber, Lyft, and some all these other companies, Instacart and whatever, was able to keep people as independent contractors. So therefore, they won't be entitled to what the state of California said, which they'd be entitled to overtime and vacation and benefits and stuff like that. So I was watching a couple of people videos. I didn't watch everyone, but it was one person was talking about they were celebrating, you know, Uber, Lyft drivers and stuff. People in the gig workers were celebrating that and making videos about it, and they were so happy. I was like, what the fuck y'all being happy about? You know? I say, y'all just as stupid, you know? And I don't care. I may lose some subscribers, but they was having celebration parties and watch parties celebrating it stuff. I was like, idiot. Some people I know voted against it, but some people were for it. And I guess the majority of these people in California voted and it passed. I was like, you know what? People still ain't trying to understand how that misclassification is wrong. No, nope, because I don't have any vegetables and I don't have as much of any fruits and stuff, but I'm gonna use it. I've used it a couple of weeks ago. I made me a green juice, but now I don't have. I need to get me some almond milk and some more vegetables and frozen vegetables. So, but I've used it not on every day, but I've used it. Maybe a couple of weeks ago, I used it. I was gonna make my green drink and show it to you, but ain't nobody was online, so I already drank it. So I bet someone will go to court to overturn the Prop 22. No, no, no. Romeo, why do you say stuff that don't even make any sense? They're not going to go to court to overturn it because it was already overturned when Uber and Lyft went to court to overturn the state decision. And they put it on the ballot. It was already put on the ballot, and they had to say, okay, let the people decide. And people decided, and that's what happened. I was reading about arguing and decriminalizing all of them. Oh, I don't care. I don't know. That ain't nothing. That ain't no topic. That ain't no topic to discuss. People choose drugs or whatever, and they want to walk around like monster zombies and stuff, doing drugs. Then so be it. As long as it ain't affect me, because I know Seattle. They said the drug problems, the homelessness is so bad that they didn't even know how to handle the heroin addiction and the whatever else going on. You know, when black people was on crack and doing that stuff, they made it criminalized. But then when white folks started getting problems being on heroin addicts and drugs and stuff, yeah, 3,486, but they've not finished voting. They still not finished counting. And the counties that they're counting is majority Democrat. So that's 0.1%. They still got, what did they say last time I checked with Georgia? They said they still had 10,000, 20,000 votes more to count. And the count that's coming from that they have remaining is in the Democratic areas, DeKalb, Gwinnett, and some of these other blue counties. They still got to count. They said Joe Biden only needs. He don't need to get all those 10,000 something votes. He only needs a small percentage of those votes that still being counted. That's mail-in ballots. That's what they're doing, and most of the mail-in ballots said was in favor of Biden. That's why the lead was cut down from 50 something percent down to point. What do you mean who I'm talking about? I'm talking about Biden in Georgia. The lead was 50 something percent to 40 something percent when it was started out Tuesday. When it came into Wednesday, all through the day, they said that thing shrunk down so much. The only voting that's going on right now is in Metro Atlanta suburbs and most blue counties is remaining. You know how much that stupid Trump was leading in Georgia by? He was leading Georgia by like 80, 90,000. He was leading way ahead when they first started. That's why when Tuesday, when you were saying, oh, he got Georgia, I said, ain't no way he got Georgia. They ain't finished counting. And then that's what I said. He didn't get Georgia. Remember when you said, Erica, you were saying, oh, he got Georgia. And I said, that wasn't finished. That was no way close to be finishing when we made that announcement on Tuesday. By the time today came, that thing went from 300,000. He had like a 300,000 lead or whatever it was at one time, and it's now 3,486. And they still counting. They counting every single ballot in DeKalb and Gwinnett and whatever other counties that show blue. When it's light blue, if you look at the map, it was light blue, and they were still counting that. Trump already got all the red counties and stuff. There was no county that's out there. They searching for ballots. He has to get almost 60-some% of the unaccounted ballots in order to get Georgia. And they say it is so damn, how you go from 50-something% to 40-something%. Now it's 50.9 to 50.8. And he's leading by 3,000. 3,486 votes. That's not even 0.0000. So they said they're gonna just keep on counting. They counting every single ballot. They counting every single ballot. All those other counties and stuff that was mostly Republican. Now this is the first time if ever boiled down to anything happening in Metro Atlanta. So and they said, in these counties that they counting that's remaining is Democrat. So we're gonna see. By Sunday, we'll know what happens. By Sunday, we shall know who wins. But Trump needs Pennsylvania. He needs to get Pennsylvania in order to even have a chance. And the way it looks, I don't know. But they not stooping down to that threats. He doing all these threats. I'm gonna take you to court. He gonna sue Michigan. You gonna sue Pennsylvania. You gonna sue, Arizona, and he's talking about suing and lawsuits and having the mob of people out there protesting and carrying guns and all that crazy stuff. He doing all of that just to a scare tactic. He should go to jail just for even he should go to jail just for even going about that foolishness. They already said in Pennsylvania he was going to sue. The courts already upheld. Nope. Let me tell you what it was so stupid about was in the state of Pennsylvania, you have authorized people to come to witness the count. They even said that you can watch the count online. You could go online and log on and watch them do the process and watch them count the ballots. They were arguing about he was sued not because they have representatives. They said anybody could witness the count. Then they wanted to argue about how close can it be. I was like, really? So he was just, it's just frivolous. They said, nope, okay. They just, let them come closer to watch. So they literally, you can have cameras and everything, they said, and they looking. What you looking for? What are you looking for? That doesn't make any sense. You looking for something? I mean, okay, go ahead. So one group of people, stop the vote. Because they figured you are disenfranchised thousands and thousands of votes from Philly just about stop the vote. So you could stop the count and say, okay, Trump won, we're gonna stop counting. Nope. They knocked that down. Nope. They said the count can't continue. They're gonna make sure they count every single ballot down to the last one. Because they saw the lead in Georgia Philadelphia and Pennsylvania shrunk down from Trump had like a 51, 52%, whatever, and now it's like 50.9 to 50.8. In Philadelphia, they said they said all the votes that's remaining is in Philly. You know how black Philly is or Democratic Philadelphia is? And they said that they already predict. They said, okay, we only have 50,000 more votes. Biden only needs a small percentage of that to come through, and that's it. Same thing with Nevada. Same thing with Arizona. So right now, I just think CNN and all these news outlets, they just making it for TV show. They're doing all this for TV show. They already know. I already know they know. They said they want to count all the votes because, see, it's not about the president. You have to understand. There's also the House and the Senate that's also needs to be accounted for. The House and the Senate is even, dead even, 48 to 48. The other one was 50-50. So they still need to count those for who's going to be in the House and the Senate. That's on the ballot too. They have to count all of that, not just because who's going to be next president, but who's also going to be in the House, who's also going to be in Congress. Those vote and other ticket items that's on their ballot that they need to tally. So that's why they're counting all the votes, not just because of the president. Yeah, that's important, but they also have to count that nobody has not spoke about. They have to also count with the other candidates, like Georgia. There already gonna be two runoffs already. Warnock and the other one, Loeffler or whatever the hell her name is, and then Purdue and Ossoff. Those are runoffs. So Georgia gonna have to vote again in December to see who's going to go to the Congress because that is close too. They already said it's going to be a runoff. It's already going to put it this way: whoever don't get more than 50% or over 50% is going to be a runoff. So they're going to be a runoff anyway. So that is also important that we have to look out for because when the last time I checked, the Democrats had control, but then the Republicans kept control of the House. And then that's dead even. I was like, God dang. So that was dead even. So we also have to factor in what's also going on and what's important too. There's other legislative things on the ballot that's waiting to be determined, put it that way. So let's talk about this Prop 22 mess. So anyway, so Prop 22 was on the ballot because, like I said, Uber, Lyft, and all these rideshare gigs got enough signatures to put it on as a vote and put it on the ballot. And even though it was already determined by the state courts that Uber and Lyft, based on California rules and laws, was misclassifying workers. So Lyft and Uber dragged it on, talking about we're gonna leave. If we gotta put people, we're gonna leave. They threaten to leave. First you threaten to leave, and then you thinking, oh, we're gonna take up, we're gonna go somewhere else, And then there were people who were like, I don't want to be employees. I want to be independent contractor. I want the freedom to make a nickel and drive my car down to the ground and and I don't want to be an employee because I don't want anybody under control. I don't want to, I was like, okay, y'all still on that. I want freedom and control mess. You know, if you wanted people thinking, oh, it's a job. I don't want to be treated as a job and this and that or whatever. It had nothing to do with that. It had nothing. There was very little about being an employee. The whole thing is that I'm so disgusted about is that in the 4 years that I've almost been doing the gig jobs, when I started, it was like what, three and a half? Almost three and a half. And technically, you could say I'm still doing a little bit of gig work, but in terms of like Uber, Lyft, and Grubhub and all the rest of them, I've done that for like little bit at 3.5 years. It wasn't quite 4 years. This was, you know, so it was almost like a little bit over 3 years, right? And from a perspective, I always felt that they weren't really going to give benefits and all that stuff. But the fact of the matter is, the number of people they had nationwide, worldwide, for that matter, that they could have offered group plans, insurance, group insurance, group benefits, not get some company to market to gig workers. Oh, go ahead, sign up for this, and because you're not even giving it a competitive pricing for health insurance or life insurance or anything. They try to offer a little bit of life insurance or whatever, but that was bogus. And discounts for like, oh, you go to Mighty Key and you get a discount if you say you're an Uber driver, and I ain't seen no discounts yet, but a lot of those things they was trying to promote. Sometimes the regular promotion was better than if you were telling them you were Uber and Lyft driver. They already had promotions for car maintenance fees and all that kind of stuff. And then some people are making YouTube videos trying to promote some kind of discount program or something or another. It's like, how many discount programs there are that's available that you could join part of for free? You know, you ain't got to be an affiliate with Uber and Lyft to do it to get it. It was already something you would get. Even working from home, there was like a 1099 working from home. Um, you don't really get any insurance, but they always try to say, okay, there's some discount programs you could join, and even if I was a W-2 employee for Concentrics and stuff, they always have these little discount programs that Amazon they had it, but it was all the same. That's offered by with anybody. You're not really they tell you all of the rest was a affiliate programs of companies saying they want you to purchase their products, and because so many people may join on the platform, you get a little discount or just a way to spend money. It was like you were always spending money. They weren't ever giving you anything back. They would give you um, a little discount or whatever. But like I said, if you go to a company and you want a discount, can I get 10% off? They'll give it to you. You know, you don't. So, so when they passed this Prop 22, and I heard from one YouTuber, she was talking about people they were celebrating and all happy. I was like, what are you happy about? That they got to take away more money from 30%, from 20% to 25 to 30 to 35 to 40%, and then not even including the restaurants that they get a cut off. You went from making $1.50 a mile down to not even $1 a mile. What's the justice in that? Ooh, yay for Prop 22. I get to make 10 cents a mile driving people and grateful people all over the around Atlanta and whatever city you're in, spending more money in gas, running down your car, and you're really not making anything, working 12 hours a day just to make $100. It was like you had to work. Like for me, see, I already made like a little bit over $100, and I worked like a 6, 7 hour day because see, I knew how to hustle. I knew where the areas were to go. I said I'm gonna go right around here, and Zip D and all the rest of them. You ain't gonna have me driving all over around Atlanta like a fool, So I knew how to maximize my income by doing it in less, but see, the rates were not cut like it was. See, in the beginning, when Uber, Lyft, and everybody was doing it, it was in Instacart and Ship, it was some good money to be made when they weren't cutting the rates. But see, when people were promoting that revenue code, the referral codes, I said, y'all dragging down the rates, right? When it's supply and demand, you're driving down the rates, and all that marching all over the country. People making strikes. Some people saying, I can't afford to be on strike. I need my money. Uber in Tampa, he was the main one talking. I can't be going on strike. I need to make my money. You know, um, and people couldn't come together to demand Uber and Lyft and some of these gig jobs for more money, or increase the rates. But people kept on with their referrals, and then when they stopped doing the referrals, even Lyft stopped their brand ambassador. I was a brand ambassador for Lyft. I was to pass out the referral codes. I was supposed to get like $25 for each person who signed up, or $10 or whatever it was. What's the guy that drives the Uber? He acts like he's rich and makes thousands a week. Oh shit! Pick whoever. Terry Tips, Geo, the one in Chicago. Um, who else? Just pick any one of them. Jermaine Ellis at one time. Yep, Jermaine Ellis at one time. Terry Tips. Um, Geo, the bearded, handsomest guy, the one in Chicago, who's now doing. Um, he's not even doing ride sharing gigs and stuff. He's doing what you call it? The one you go to different. You can clean houses or simple. Not Moonlighter. The other one. It'll come to me in a minute. He'll come to me in a minute. I can't even think of what it was. But he talked about, ain't nobody told me about this. Man, that thing been out for so long. You talk about why no one told you about, what was it? Y'all know what I'm talking about. Not moonlighting.com. That's another company, not Fiverr. Um, oh, I hate that when it comes, I can see it, but I can't even see it. And they were making some money. They were flashing their money, flashing on their screen and talking about, ooh, look at this, I made 2,000 and 2,500 and whatever. And that wasn't even including the referrals, because see, some of them was making money on that referrals too. And but he wasn't the only one. It was a whole slew of people that was doing that. But they never told how much driving, how much time it took you to do it, and things like that. But see, I was making in the heyday when I first started doing it. When I was doing Grubhub and all the rest of them, and I was only working like 35 hours a week, 36 hours maybe. I wasn't doing no all day, all night dragging. And when I did that, it was exhausting. And I was making like maybe $750, $800. But then if I added the little income that I was making, and I wasn't even doing survey or none of that at the time. I wish I found out about it then. Shit, I would have probably made $1,200 a week doing survey and doing the food apps and all the other ones. I would have made quite well if I knew about that, and I wouldn't have been dragging the car down to the ground and stuff. So when I did, so when I was doing it, you know, I would say I would say I made $800, $900. I wasn't making no 1,200. I mean, if I really had to think about it and add it up, I probably made maybe about 3,000 something a month or whatever. But when the income started, when it started getting a little bit more harder to make because the rates were dropping, that's how I kind of switched, from went from doing Uber Eats to doing multiple food apps at the same time, or signing up for other ones because I started seeing how the rate started to drop, and then I said, okay. And they were paying like, then I did Instacart, and they was paying like guaranteed $12 an hour for so many hours you signed up for guarantee, and. So I was getting the $800 guarantee a week with Instacart. If I didn't make over $800, I knew I was guaranteed to at least make 800 based on the number of hours that I signed up for. I just had to make sure I did the percentage. So a lot of that had changed. A lot of that had changed. And then if I add, because see, I didn't really add up my income like that. If I had to really add it up, not flash it across the screen, because see, I knew better. When you start flashing stuff across the screen like that and you ain't pay that estimated taxes, you leave a digital footprint for the IRS to audit your ass by going up and saying, okay, you said you made this on your return. However, according to our forensics, you've been on social media saying, showing you made this amount. Don't be dumb. Don't be stupid. Don't you know that IRS has a 10-year statute to come back and audit you? They got 10 years. They call it a CSED. That's a collection time. They can collect taxes for something you may have done 10 years ago. And they can come back and say, oh, Mr. So-and-so, Mr. Terry, Mr. Jermaine Ellis, and whomever else in that boat, here you go. Because the only reason why they ain't saying nothing now is because the system is, the IRS is so antiquated. They so backed up with people retiring. They don't have the people to go after. And they're not going to, it takes time. It takes time. You can hear something back from 5, 6 years later, and they in their right to go back. They're in their right to do so. And I've been telling y'all this because I work for the IRS. I should know. I did it. I did it myself. I know all the rules. I know all the inside. It ain't no secret either. So and I'm not telling no secrets. Oh, you telling secrets. No, it's not. It's in the code. You just have to understand the code. And I understood the code. I sure wish I had kept my damn internal revenue manuals and stuff where they were throwing those things out in the garbage. I should have kept it, but technically you can't take you couldn't take that home. But it's all on the website. You go to iris.gov if you really want to know. You can go on there. You can look it up. It's digitized. All the things that's public information is digitized, so you can look it up. I know how to look it up now. Maybe one day I'll decide to show y'all how to read it and how to interpret it and just have a good discussion. It may not be on live stream, but it will be something I may possibly write about in my blog, because, I'm going back to my blog again and writing in, I got WordPress, so I can start writing about it. And then if you're interested in reading my blogs, let me know because I'm going to develop my own website and really brand about it. But right now I have it. I don't have it published link because I don't have it published on the blog. But my blog is 1099 taxes dot wordpress.com. It's not. I don't have it. So that's my blog. But I haven't written it. I've been writing personal things, not a whole lot, but I did started. I did wrote about that a couple years ago about estimated taxes, and I talked about the other things. So I did mention it. I did talk and wrote about it. What do IRS agents? No, It's not a special agent. I applied to be a revenue agent when before the government froze job froze happened. That's why I was taking those classes in my MBA. I was taking courses in accounting and business and stuff. Because when I was working there, I was trying to go and be a revenue officer, which is different from a revenue agent. Revenue officer is the ones that they handle small business, personal business and stuff. No, that's not. That's like real high up. That's not like the ones I'm talking about. Those agents and stuff, you see people coming in there taking people property and stuff. That's like way higher up. I'm not talking about those criminal ones. What I'm talking about when people were about these tax liens and all that stuff people be getting, and I'm talking about the regular people, like regular us. I'm talking about the what in generally not generally, but what the IRS does, they have what a C said, and no, that's not going to fall in the. But what Sappy did, that's way beyond. That's way beyond what I'm talking about. That's just plain tax evasion and fraud. I wasn't trying to get to that level. Not yet. Not at the time. Put it that way. What I'm talking about is the rules of what they say CSED. CSED. That stands the collection period. The rule is that IRS has 10 years they could collect on any not back taxes, 10 years to audit or review any tax returns. So you say you file a return this year, all these people that were working these gig jobs and stuff, they could come back and say, okay, your number's up. Please provide us with the information of all these tax write-offs and the income that wasn't reported. They could do that at any time. They could do that at any time or any moment. That's why I was stressing with people. See, that's why I was like saying with that Prop 22, the state of California knew what they was talking about when they said nope, these workers are misclassified and they need to be employees because see they knew Uber and Lyft and all these companies they have the advantage. First of all, you get a tax break just for being in California, and you go to you in Amazon, they go to Georgia, and they say we want to build a warehouse, but they give millions of dollars in tax cuts and breaks, not paying taxes to the counties in the state, just to open up a business in Georgia or wherever, right? But then you are a technology company, you headquarters in England and Ireland, because when you incorporate in a foreign country and you have tax in the treaties are in they make appointments to come to people's house or businesses. That's what I was going to do. That's what I was going to apply to be. What you do is not like you're in trouble. All they do is they say they'll meet you at your business or your house, and they kind of audit you. They'll be right there to audit. That's all they do. And they're going to ask for information. They're going to say, do you have this, or what? Sometimes some people want to be audited like that because they know they get their books in order. But the ones that revenue agent, that's the ones that says, okay, you owe some money, so we're going to come to your house and we're going to collect the money that we need to collect, and we're going to look at your, where's your books, where's your receipts and all your information, and then that's when they go through it. That's when they comb through it or whatever. That's the problem that most people are going to get. All these people who've been flashing for all these 4 years, 3, 4 years that I've been on YouTube, and they all been flashing money, talking about the money's out there. Ooh, you bum. Look how much money I'm making. You flashing that phone, talking about you make all this money and stuff every week. Every Tuesday, you got a money update. You got a money update, and you just showing everything in the world, you know. And then people going around talking about, oh, you can write off this, you can write off that. No, it is a limit based on your adjusted gross income of a limit than what you could write off. And now, when Trump changed the tax code and they doubled the standard deductions, so a lot of things can't even be deducted because the standard deduction is higher than the typical amount that most people are going to write off anyway. You can't write off just because you spent $10,000 in gas. Doesn't mean you write off $10,000 in gas. It's a percentage. Yeah, they could show up anywhere. And then not just the IRS. We got to also factor in the state too. State revenue officers do the same thing on the state level. My point is this: is that I'm what this. My point and what I'm making is this: for those who've been doing this gig jobs and that's their full income and that's their primary income, and you've been making, there's some of y'all been making, and I've been watching because I be like, because I already got a calculator in my mind, and some of y'all that been going on there flashing money and stuff. I said, well, shit, y'all making 80,000 plus dollars, 75,000, whatever, and I could calculate it, And I said, now some people may tell them, oh, go ahead, pay your estimated taxes and stuff, but that don't mean it's right. That don't mean it's correct. I don't know what some of y'all be doing. I don't know if you truly got an accountant. Some people say, I got an accountant. No, H&R Block and Jackson Hewitt and Boo Boo Clown, who opened up a tax business for 3 months, is not an accountant. I'm not an accountant because I don't have a license in an account. I don't have a license to be an accountant, a CPA. I am a tax consultant, that I like to say, because I took the majority of the classes. I took certification classes when I worked at the IRS. I'm not an enrolled agent. I can take the test and be an enrolled agent too, where I could represent people on behalf of the IRS in tax court. So I can take the test and be an enrolled agent. So when people go to tax court, they could be represented by an enrolled agent. You don't need no tax attorney and all that stuff. But you could get, but the typical person working these gig jobs and stuff, see, that's what's gonna hurt a lot of people. That's what's gonna hurt a lot of people. Those income that they've been getting from these gig jobs for 3, 4, 5, 6 years, and then they want to be happy about not being an employee. What's that noise? You know, me personally, if I lived in California, and the state of how things are going in California, claiming kids is not going to help. You can't take the deductions for dependents anymore, right? They took that away last year. When people say, "Oh, how many exemptions you can claim?" You can't do that no more. That tax code was changed. That's what I was trying to tell y'all. That's what I'm trying to tell you, codes. They doubled the standard deduction, and the exemption is no longer. You cannot take the $3,250 per person anymore. That's been done with last year. They done with that. That's gone. The only time it affects people, it's not even exemptions. It's the That's why they doubled up the filing status. If you file single, it used to be one amount, but they doubled it. So they eliminated the estimated. They eliminated the dependents. How many people you could claim. They took that out. That's why. See, if you were looking at the video from 2 years ago when I was breaking it down, When I know I did a video on it, and I didn't even do live stream. I think I did a live video. I talked about it. I sure did talk about that. Yep, I sure did. I broke that tax thing down not last year, but it had to be over a year ago. I think I broke that down because people were coming up there talking about stuff, and I said, "You don't know what the hell you're talking about." And I broke it down. I told people how um, you end up getting less of a refund than it was when they changed it. Yeah, I broke that down, and I think I tried to show my own personal return and the difference. If I did, I was doing it, but I didn't show my personal information. No, they only ask for that if someone's claiming that earned income credit and stuff like that. When people try to sell their social security numbers to kids and somebody else to get some money, they'll ask for that. But other than that, that's the certification for the earned income tax credit. They didn't claim no. See this way the false, this way false stuff comes into play. You can't claim more than a certain number of people. You can't claim 8, so that's not true. They didn't get that. Maybe you talk about the state of New York, but they didn't get that. See, people, that's what I'm saying. People be saying stupid stuff and then come up there telling I got 8 kids and I got 5. No, you did not get. You cannot claim 8. There's a limit that you could claim when it came to that, and you had to make some kind of income. So the child tax credit is capped off just like everything else. See, don't listen to everything. Don't listen to everything what people say when they say stuff when they say stupid stuff like that. See, I already knew. I already know. So when I hear people say stuff like that, I just shake my head. I don't even say nothing. I stopped trying to argue down with people about stuff. I just let them go ahead and keep saying. I said, okay, all right, lying ass. I'm thinking in the back of my mind, you just a bunch of lying ass because I knew it ain't true. You know how many tax returns I've done in my 10 and a half? And that's not even, in actuality, I worked technically at the IRS for 10 and a half years, but in actuality, I've worked there since 1996, 97, 98, 2006 to 2016. So I really, and then in between that, and I worked at small little tax firms and stuff here and there. And then I did 2 years ago. I worked as an independent contractor for TurboTax, technical support, TurboTax, and also answering people questions about taxes. So I've been doing this for over 20 something years. I've been filing tax returns for people and working for small tax businesses in the IRS for over 20. I've been doing this thing for over 20 something years. And I also took advanced courses in federal taxation and accounting. So ain't nobody can come and tell me anything about that is true. I did. I just, I don't even say nothing. I said, okay, all right, okay. You got 10 kids and you claim all 10, and I said, okay, well, I don't know where they do that at. Where they do that at? Because it's sure not the United States. And it's sure not any 47 states either. So don't listen to stupid stuff. Hey, Lady TH, people be just lying through their teeth. Don't be listening to that racket. Because your ass will be ended up in owing tens of thousands of dollars in taxes down the road, and then people gonna come back. Lady T, she right. I got this. Don't come to me. Don't come to me about no foolishness when you get something in the mail, and it's gonna happen. And then you're gonna go back and be all on YouTube trying to find somebody who could explain it. I sure would report someone to tax fraud. You know why? Because if you report someone who has committed fraud, there's a reward that you get. you get a certain percentage of that whatever that you get as a reward. You sure would. The only reason why I couldn't get no reward because as an employee working for the government at the time, I wouldn't get nothing because I worked there. But if you know someone who did some tax fraud, all you gotta do is say name, how you knew, what you think, and then if they turn around and IRS goes after them, and then you get and say they owe $10,000 or whatever, you get 30 something percent of that. So you get money for that. That's ain't gonna be no snitch. Ain't got nothing to be no snitch either. No, you don't call them on the phone. You write them. You call them and they'll give you the information. They'll tell you who to write. They'll give you the address, and then you write and you tell them what happened and who it is or whatever. And if they turn around and they owe and they get fined or whatever, you get a percentage. Why should you pay your taxes and stuff and people thinking they getting away with stuff and people say you being a snitch? Nope. They will pay you a reward. Because see, they'll use your shit in a minute. They will what? I don't know. You're asking me. I don't care about these dumb niggas up in Atlanta who make all this money thinking they living in Buckhead and they owe all this money. Who knows? It ain't just Atlanta either. All over they be doing stupid stuff on in bankruptcy and stuff. They all over the place. Ain't no telling. Ain't no telling what they do or how they or what they be doing. That's why that thing PPE money with the stimulus and all that fraud people were doing. Talking about oh a trucking company and you trying to get all this money um, for something you didn't even do, or something you didn't even establish. And then you're gonna talk about a trucking company. Out of all the businesses you could come up and make, people talking about I got a trucking company. Knowing damn well you gotta register with the DOT, purchase trucks, purchase have employees, and you're just gonna make up some false information, and then next thing you know, here it is, you going to you get caught. You think you can get $2 million or $1 million or any large sums of money for PPE money, and you thinking they ain't gonna go back and check? This is dumb. That's why I was like, that's why I said, you know what, they don't need to do no stimulus money because somebody always trying to do fraud. And they do it intentional. They don't even it's not like that big crispy roof crispy restaurant. They was losing money big time and they applied for that PPE money and then they got criticized so bad. Why they getting it? Why should they get it? And they gave the money back. Even though it was a loan. It wasn't even free money. People, and they had a legit reason to get it, but they was like, why the small people, the little people ain't got the money? Why these big companies get it and they entitled to get it? What about the small people? What about the small people? You know? And then they get mad because of a company gets it. It's not tax evasion. I don't know how far back you are in my comment, so it may be delayed, Colas. But some big companies, they lost a lot of employees and they lost a lot of money, but some people were so mad and all bent out of shape that why they should get it, that's not fair, blah, 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 that some big companies end up giving the money back, you know? They end up giving the money back, but people didn't realize that PPE money is nothing. It's not no free money. Some of it may be, but it's not. It ain't that much. It ain't that much, considering that the operating expenses of a lot of places can run up to 50,000 plus or more, not including payroll to pay the employees. But then they lost money in the restaurants. and stuff had to close. And there was a lot of restaurants in Atlanta that was around for 30, 35, had to go out of business because of this COVID. And, they had to take operating losses and stuff. So I don't like to always put down businesses as, well, why they should get it. They big business, because those big businesses, whatever you consider big, also employs a lot of people, also have a lot of employees that offers benefits. And, um, even if they give them a discount for meals to eat for free or whatever, that affects everybody. People like to think, oh, these big corporations, they got all this money and they get these tax breaks and all that stuff. They may get some tax breaks, but it ain't no different than an individual person getting breaks. Everybody's getting breaks. Poor people who getting Section 8 housing and food stamps and um, all these other things for free, but you're not working and you just laying on high at the hog, collecting on government assistance, and you're 30 something years old, millennial or someone who's old enough and able-bodied people to work, but they work at McDonald's and KFC and all the other places for 4 months or whatever number of months, just enough to get earned income tax credit and child tax credit. Their refund be bigger than mine every year. And then they give you a nasty attitude when you go to their place of employment, hanging out the window at KFC, looking crazy with your greasy black ass face, screaming at me, and they're glad I didn't throw a damn bottle in your face. Now that's a personal story, but that's how I feel. You know, I don't know what that is. So to me, there ain't no better than the ones who corporate $1 billion companies getting tax breaks too. Only people who ain't getting the breaks is basically the ones who pay majority of the tax, which is the middle class or the shrinking middle class, put it that way. So I don't feel sorry for nobody on either end of the spectrum, to be honest. You know, you're talking about, well, I get say I pay $50 a month in my Section 8 housing, and you get buttload of groceries. Every time when they get their food stamps, they got their groceries piled to the high. Go to Walmart and Kroger. You don't really see that too much in Publix, but Kroger and Walmart, especially Walmart, food stamp come around, they got their stuff wide. They got their carts filled to the top, and half of this stuff is junk. With these raggedy kids, they be walking around there, you know, they be buying all kind of crazy crap, and they get more food stamps than you need. I'm like, how much food stamps does someone need? Honestly, they act like they got 10 kids, but they be getting way over amount, way too much over the amount that's needed. They are raggedy kids. You should see them. They're raggedy baby mamas and raggedy baby daddies walking around here talking crazy, walking around with expensive outfits and shoes, but you got Section 8 housing and you getting thousands of dollars of food stamps, and you pay 100 something dollars a month in rent, living in some of the most nicer areas because the state requires that a certain percentage of people have to live in a certain area until they drag your ass out in the suburbs, all up in the cut, you know. But then you want to work at McDonald's and KFC and then talk all crazy because you only gonna work so many months because You know that if you get an SSI, Social Security Disability, they only gonna allow you to work so many hours, or wait, put it this way, they only gonna allow you to work so many months in a year, and you go to work just enough. So you have to have income to get earned income credit. So you're gonna work just enough to not go over, so you can still keep your Section 8 housing and vouchers and pay whatever in rent and get so much in food stamps because they require that you cannot just stay on welfare. So you have to either be going to somebody's school, nursing program, and happen to be some nursing program, CNA, not even real nurses, just a CNA taking washing people's asses and working in an elderly home, being rude, and all you doing is sitting around doing nothing all day. Now, I'm not taking no offense or being offended. Offending people who in those positions. Some people actually work hard and they do take care of a lot of elderly people. But the ones that I be coming across, especially when I do food deliveries, man, they just stand around there and just gossip and talk about nothing, and then and talk bad and talk mean to the elderly people. Sometimes I want to put my foot up some of their fucking asses the way they be acting. I said I wish somebody would um do that to any one of my relatives and I catch them doing that mess. I'll curse their ass out. They will have to drag me to DeKalb County Jail or Gwinnett County Jail or Atlanta Jail, and I'm not going to do that again. You know, some of them be just as oof. They be just too much. And I bet you those be the same ones who ain't vote. They'll be saying, I ain't gonna vote. I ain't gonna vote. Why should I vote? It's a waste of time. And here it is, Georgia going down to the point one difference. They be the main ones getting all these benefits, getting all these food stamps, getting all these little Section 8 housing and everything. Don't come knocking on my damn door talking about you ain't got nothing because you ain't getting shit from me. Maybe sometimes some of y'all need to give up some of that food stamp money and give it to me who paid taxes for y'all to get all that stuff. You know, that might be mean and that might be a little um whatever, but that's how I feel. That's how I feel. When you really break it down about why some people feel the way they feel, it's because people just take advantage of the system. And I think that's why a lot of people feel about about Democrats, because they thinking, you know, for some reason they think that it's all about, oh, we're gonna give all this money away because they not because see Democrats tend to be real fiscal and lucid with the when it comes to issues like that. You know, they'll give out a little something or whatever, but sometimes some things need to be cut. Earned income credit been around for about 50 something years. Let's get to the point. It's time to cut that out. It's time to eliminate that. You want to raise the minimum wage. What we talked about last night about the minimum wage increase, to at least $15, $16 or whatever. If you increase minimum wage to something to that amount, $15, $16, what about those earned income tax credits? What about all those refundable tax credits that's supposed to go for low income? So what are you gonna do? Are you gonna adjust that? If you raise up minimum wage and stuff, you're gonna have to adjust those provision tax credits. How much money can you keep giving people every year? $6,000, $7,000. It gets to the point where you need to be in the workforce, or not even so much because there may not be so many jobs available, but it gets to the point, that's why I think when people are arguing about that stimulus money and all that things about they need a stimulus and all that stuff, and I was like, who needs the stimulus? Yeah, it was nice to get that $1,200 and $1,000 and all that stuff. But that may help pay a bill here and there. You help there pay a bill. But this whole thing with the stimulus and this economic depression we're entering has stemmed from years, not just what happened with coronavirus this year. It's been years of abuse of power when it comes to balancing the budget. You would never balance a budget, to be honest. This United States will never balance its budget. It'll never. But you don't need to increase the national debt either to a recession. You don't need to go that far. That gets a little bit too much. You know, that's just too much. It gets to the point where if it's going to hurt you in the long run, it's going to hurt people in the long run. It's going to hurt people in the long run, and that's the scary part. So back to the original part two of the discussion, Prop 22. You think you have independence, and you thinking that you have freedom because you say, I can choose my own schedule. Is that the only reason? Is that the only argument for people to support Prop 22 because you have freedom to work where you want to, and you ain't got to be no employee, and you could, be an independent contractor. What is that? What benefit is that? These job incomes, they even said Uber and Lyft and all this stuff when they first came out, it was meant to, oh, go ahead and support your own dream. And this, Uber and Lyft wasn't meant for no full time, um, you know, it's gonna be my only source of income. It wasn't meant for that. It wasn't meant for that. It was meant for a supplemental income to make a little bit of money on the side, and it was supposed to be something supplement whatever it is your dream is. That's what it was. It was promoting to do. But of course, with that, people were losing their jobs. The job market started shrinking down to because of automation, because of uh, you know McDonald's and all these fast food places. They wanted the $15 minimum, and they said no. And then they started automating where you go to McDonald's. Everything you see now is you walk up to a machine, and then you may have less. You don't have a lot of people working the registers taking the orders anymore. So that $15, that thing went down the drain because of changes in technology and stuff like that. And then um, jobs were not as plentiful like it used to be. Now, here it is, Uber and Lyft and all these other gig places has won the war just for what? Just so they could just for them to keep on. We don't lower the rates. We're not making as much money for our shareholders. And because we're not having any money for the shareholders, and they know they are a technology company. They keep data. They know every numbers about drivers and people. Every time they ask a survey, what is this your only job? Are you part time? How many hours a week do you work? They kept all that data, and they use that data to use it against gig workers like yourselves. So all these people who talking about, oh, we so happy, Prop 22, we so happy we can stay independent contractors. You're a damn fool. You're a damn fool if you think that it benefits you. It's going to benefit Uber and Lyft. They're going to continue to get these 10-year tax credits and pay no taxes. They're going to continue to keep getting money from the state of California and dry the state dry. And then when they don't feel the necessary reasons to stay in California, they're gonna pack up and move along with the billions of dollars that they got. While people who live in California, well, I'm an independent driver. You be independent, be independently poor and broke than you are. Broke and poor. And if you're black, you'll be black, poor, and broke. Pick your option. Poor, black, poor, and dumb, whatever. You're dumb. I don't care. I don't give two rats but of anybody who feels any different about what I just said. You think it's gonna really benefit gig workers or what happened in California? You're crazy. Crazy. It's plain stupid. And then when they give a little bit of something, with Instacart, they raggedy ass, when they give a little something, oh, we giving out free masks. Oh, we giving out free kits. Man, you paid for those kits from the tips they stole. Talk about they giving out hand sanitizers. We giving out masks. Here you go. Hand sanitizers. What you get hand sanitizer and you get masks and buy it yourself and write it off as a tax write off for your own personal business. Ain't nobody need to give you that. They supposed to give it, but shoot, what they do? Not a damn thing. And people may say, well, some people they need to do these gig jobs to get by. Yeah, that's true. You could get by, but you could have got it. I really believe you could have been better off as an employee because number one, you could still be an employee. They don't mean employee means they're gonna give you a schedule or they're gonna say a set schedule. It just means that they would take out the taxes that's supposed to be paid and that's what it is. The state is losing income, not just California. The more companies switch people to be gig workers, the less the tax base is being collected. And if you think that they're not going to get that taxes on that 1099 income, just because you think you're trying to write it off down to zero, you must be out of your crazy mind to think that all those estimated tax payments that people have been avoiding 40 years, it ain't gonna come back. It's gonna come back. And it goes back to my original point. The IRS could come back because C said it could come back in 10 years and they could go back and they're gonna say, okay, you owe estimated taxes from 2015. It'll be maybe 2022, 23, and they'll come back and give you a letter from 2005. you know, you're gonna get a letter from something that came back that was related back in 2016, and it'll be the year 2023, and you're gonna get something. And they're gonna come. It's gonna come. That's why I've been telling people all this time. I said, if you're working gig jobs or whatever, try to find yourself a W-2 job, even if it's something that pays 12, 13, $14 an hour working from home. You know, at least try to do that because the taxes that I paid when I was working my W-2 jobs, by the time I reported that income and put the taxes that I paid and put my and that little 1099 jobs that I had, because the first $10,000 is not taxed recently due tax laws. So the first $10,000 is not taxed. So if I made $20,000 in the first, and I'm only paying 10,000, but yet but I have a tax write-off of at least five, and I have $5,000, and then with the Schedule A that I filed, because I still have more than the 12,000, more than the 24. See, y'all have to listen to me. Because, see, everything, all the numbers runs through my head is based on what I know my taxes are going to be. You don't have to hire nobody to reason on that. You just have to know what the numbers are. You don't have to know what your income is. Just know what the numbers are. If I'm single, married, father, joint, married, separate. What's that number for the year? So if it's $12,500, and I said okay, and you know that you make, they say $15 an hour or whatever. That's what, 28,000 a year, maybe. That's not even 28,000 a year. What is that? 26. Whatever. Hello. Before I leave, what side you on? What side of what? What are you talking about? Side of who? What are you talking about? I never seen your name before. Live Kitty Boy 5000. If you knew, subscribe so I can know what you're talking about. Well, what are you talking about? What side am I on? On who? You talking about the presidential race or what? Go and answer your question before you leave. Oh, Biden. He ain't vote for no dumb Trump. He did nothing. Biden, Harris, all the way. And the reason why I'm on that is because Trump just, like I said, I just didn't like the way how he handled things. I just didn't like it. I just didn't like it. Like I said, you could be abrasive and rude, whatever, but if he had got the job done and stopped worrying about calling the press and Trump and, calling President Obama and the news outlet and everybody idiots and this and that, and, I'm great, just some of the things he said, it just wasn't right. Just like the COVID case, don't be, you get up there talking about everything gonna be okay, everything, I'm like, he didn't take the strong leadership skills that he needed to do. I'm not going on that topic anymore. My topic discussion was the title that I wrote. So I'm not going there about tell me one thing that he made a mistake on. You want to know what he made a mistake on? Really? Let's talk about all the policies that he reversed that President Obama had in place in case of these infectious viruses coming in the country. Let's talk about that. You so spiteful about reversing that this would have never came into the United States. And that's just one thing he did. You reversed a policy of all the things going. This COVID virus thing, they've been had threats of COVID viruses coming to the United States from previous years. Ebola and SARS or SCARS or whatever the hell that name is. They've been had tracked stuff like that. They've been had China on surveillance. They've been had all these, China, particularly Russia. They already had CIA and everything been having surveillance on those countries for years. Everything that comes up, they say, "Oh, this is coming. Um, let's stop it, nip it in the bud before it happened." What did Trump do? He ignored it. They didn't pay no attention. He called all military personnel stupid. He called, let's talk about that one mistake. He may not have caused the virus to happen, but he could have prevented it from spreading more than it need to be. That's the mistake he made. Is that you knew, and this was on tape, so this ain't no hearsay. It was taped, and you let this happen. Just that alone is egregious actions to not even believe that man. Talk about this. So people say, "Well, what did he do? What mistake did he make?" Really? That's why, it ain't so much. We're not even in quarantine because people still walking around here. I ain't wearing no man. This socialism, and it stop my rights. Yeah, I got the right to punch you in your face too. If you come breathing on me and step up on me too, I got the right to punch you in your face. I bet you I ain't gonna get no coronavirus. I already got tested. And I ain't negative, and I'm gonna stay that way. If I go out anywhere, yeah, I'm stay way distant. People say, "Are you in line?" Yes, I am in line. I don't need to be up on people. And ain't no 6 feet apart either. It's gonna be more like 24 feet and more. Big space. I'm not moving up until I keep my distance. Get the hell away from me. Don't stay next to me. Don't stay close up on me. That's why I punch, um, duck and dive. Swerve and swerve. You ain't see me all up on people. And then I see these dumb niggas be walking up in this Walmart and stuff, walking out with no mask on. Like, nigga, you don't get the fuck away from me. I was doing an assignment a few weeks ago. I'm doing it there, doing my little survey thing. Here come this fool, come walk all up there looking. Can you back up? And I said, I didn't curse at him. Back up. All up. No. Somebody get close to me. I'm doing something. I'm gonna look at you like, excuse me. Can you see me standing here? I'm looking for something. Okay, then look around me in the other way down the end of the aisle. Or wait till I finish all up on me. I had to tell this one guy off the other day in the Walmart. Fool, all up on there, looking for something with no mask on your face. Yeah, they call them Karen, but you also got to deal with dang Jerome and Taquan and all the rest of them dang niggas too. I ain't worried about no Karen because see, no white woman ain't gonna step on me, ain't gonna step up to me talking crazy. See, you ain't gonna talk crazy to me. But at the same time, you ain't walk with no mask. I ain't standing next to you, but you ain't gonna be up on me. I know that much. See, I ain't gotta be. See, you ain't gotta always curse. I ain't always gotta curse people out. I ain't always gotta curse you out. I always gotta roll my neck because I don't. But I'm gonna be very stern about you being in my space. I'm standing there doing my little inventory thing, taking pictures, and here you come all up in there, no mask on your face. I said, "Excuse me, can you back up?" I tell them they can look at me crazy if you want, but if I have to say it again, you're gonna get cursed out. I'm gonna tell you one time. I'm gonna tell you one time in a civil matter. But if I had to say it to you again twice, it's gonna be some words, and they know because see, people don't expect people to say nothing. They think they're gonna be all meek and quiet. And nigga, you ain't about to walk up in no Walmart all up on me. I know that. Ain't nobody been up on me. No one. But majority of people pretty much cool. They walk with their mask on, covered, and go about their business. So I ain't had to deal with the Karens and the Jaquan and everybody else of the world who think they gonna walk up on you because you ain't walking up on me. You ain't walking up on me. And you're not gonna stand in my spot. And you're not gonna stand in my space. Well, whatever it is, whether if you got something covering up or something, because it's not always gonna be 100%, but you still ain't gonna be walking up on nobody. You still ain't gonna walk up on me. Sorry, it ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. But all these cases you see, these Karens and stuff screaming and cursing and carrying on to Starbucks baristas and carrying on to people at the store and all that stuff, you know, it's because if you say something to them, please, can you put your mask on? And they want to, or whatever. Mm-mm. Nope. It just depends on where you at. And like I said, they don't want to, just don't stay close up on people. That's all. If I'm in the store with somebody and they had no mask on, I'd be standing way ahead of them. I'm not even up on people. They want to walk in there with no mask, long as they don't cough on me, long as they don't breathe on me, we'll be fine. But if you do it, you're getting your ass kicked. If you do it on purpose and don't let them talk about cursing and carry on. Cause see, I'll curse and carry on, just like I did at the damn Dollar Tree a few months ago. This nigga come walking up in there, everybody online, standing behind the line. He talking about, wait, this the line. The line's right there in the back. Come behind me, Satan. Come behind me. Here come this fool arguing about there's two lines. No, I cursed him out across the aisle when he was at the other one. Here come the Dollar Tree right. But y'all need to be quiet. Nigga, shut up, because you should have controlled it in the first goddamn place. This was earlier in the COVID, way back in March or April. One of those. Yeah, he come walking by. You know, I had to curse his ass. That's the only time I think I had to really curse somebody out over some mess. There's a line up there. You gonna walk up in there and just bust you up inside your stupid head. And I say, you know what? By the time the cab county come or whatever, hmm. But I hate to have to, I don't want to get out of character. I hate getting out of character over stupid shit. Always. Always gotta over my character over some foolishness. But see, some people they want to test you. And I know what's gonna 2021 gonna bring. People may, with these Trump supporters or whatever, they think they're gonna try to test somebody. But whatever happens, let me tell you, people ain't gonna be getting away with stuff in 2021. There's gonna be too much going on politically, economically, and I ain't got time for that. I ain't got time for craziness. Just don't. Just won't. Let me see what's going on. Hold on a second. I'm curious. Damn! Damn! I just looked at the results. In Pennsylvania, 49.7%. Biden, 49.6%. Boy, it was like 50 something percent in Trump had. It was like 50 something percent Trump had, and Biden was like 47 point something. Now it is both 49.7 to 49.6. And they still counting in Pennsylvania. And like I told you, in Georgia, the same thing, 49.7, 49.6. That's not even two, that's like 3,000 votes. It now, when I checked earlier today, it was like, it was so much. And Arizona and Pennsylvania, Biden still carries the lead. See, let me tell you what they doing. They building up. How much of a lead is he really going to get? See, they building this up for TV and ratings. That's what this is about. That's what this is about at this point. It ain't no question about um, if Trump going to win, or it's how much he going to lose. That's what That's what the thing is. How much is Trump going to lose by at this point? It ain't no way. And like I said, I think they just building this up for history. That's what this is. This is all built up for history. Who's going to get the best headline news? What's the headlines going to be? What the social media is going to be for them to write it in the history books? That's what this is about at this point. This is like one of the most historical elections ever. It ain't just one state that makes the decision. They talking about Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada, 5 states. And Biden is leading on two of them. It hasn't gotten Trump hasn't surpassed anything. Hey, Side Job 305, let me go back, see what's going on. Hold on, I'll be back. All right, I'm back. All the counties in Georgia that they have not turned over to blue yet is 99%. And the one that's light blue, it still has 95%, and it's light blue, and they still counting. They counting all these ballots, y'all. They count every single one. Pennsylvania, same thing. It's only zero point 0.1 difference. And they are now counting the mail. I think they're counting the mail-in ballots at this point. Trump had a 50 something percent to Biden 46% or whatever it was on Tuesday. And then every single hour that passed by, every day that had passed by till today, every time they had a whole bunch of ballots that they came in to count, it keep dwindling down. Now it's dwindled down to zero point 0.1 difference, and they still counting. Nevada and Arizona. Let me see. Let me go back over there, see what's going on over there. Hmm. The best of this damn map. right, I'm back. Oh, mm-mm. They keep saying 95%, and they making sure they count every single ballot down to the wire. I just think I'm not quite sure the people who are counting those ballots and stuff, they really gonna make sure they're not letting nobody dictate to them about hurrying up, rushing, or nothing. They taking their time. They making sure because there ain't gonna be no question about we gonna sue. They ain't doing that. They making sure they got the representatives there from both parties witnessing the counts, and they just keep going along. But nothing changed drastically. Nothing really. It's like Trump had a lead in Pennsylvania, but it's like dwindling down to like chopping away. It was like 2-3% points, and then it's down to point one in Georgia and point six in Philly, in Pennsylvania rather, and they still count. What time is it? It's 9:17. I'm supposed to be doing my work. Oh well. Anybody got something they want to say before I go? Before I go, anybody got anything they want to say? If not, y'all can have a good night. You ain't saying nothing in the chat. All right, side job 305. Live King. I need more thumbs. What happened to the 5 thumbs up? Dorian, Colas, Lady TH, Romeo, Ruthie, Erica. Y'all have a good night. I may try to come on later on. I don't know. We'll see. Well, y'all have a good night. I'll talk to y'all later. Go ahead, give me the thumbs up. If you please subscribe to my channel, I would appreciate it. Talk to y'all later. In Creative Minds, don't go. How you always keep saying don't go? Creative Minds, you gotta put some comments for me to say stuff. I don't like, it's hard to talk for 2 hours. I've been on here for 2 hours. Well, you can listen to me on the replay. I've been on here for 2 hours. And I have not even accomplished anything what I was supposed to be doing today, which was cleaning up. And I haven't even done that. Oh, you just subscribed? Well, I appreciate it. You got a channel too or no? Hold on, I'll be back. Need to take a break. Hold on. All right, I'm back. Oh, no, I don't have a channel. Okay. Well, I got a channel, but I don't have 1,000 subscribers, so but that's all right. I'm not trying to make money from YouTube anyway. It takes a lot of work to do videos, edit videos, and branding and all that stuff. So there's a lot of people who take YouTube seriously because it's their source of income. And the thing about it is how you position yourself with your channel, YouTube channel. But that's for people who got like say you got like 80, 90,000 plus subscribers, million subscribers. You can make a lot of money doing it, doing YouTube. Then you have sponsors and things like that in the making, but that's something you have to um, really grow and find your niche, and it's a lot. Like some people have Patreon channel and they say, "Oh, go subscribe to my Patreon." I have a Patreon account too. It's just that I don't know how to work it in terms of like doing content and podcasts and things like that. So I have a Patreon account, but I wanted to I haven't really been working on it. When I first started it, but it was kind of new. A lot of people ain't really was doing Patreon. And then some people kind of add Patreon in conjunction to their YouTube channel and have a paid subscription. And but there's ways to capitalize, make money and stuff like that. But it just takes a lot to do. And some of the people's channels I've been following, other than talking on my own channel, I've been watching the beef sector, they call it, and these group of people just talking a bunch of nonsense. I said they ain't got no content other than trying to drag other people, YouTubers, and I don't know. It's just crazy. Some of the channels I watch maybe show people around AL. Oh, Atlanta. I don't have the capabilities of showing people around Atlanta because I can't go live stream unless I'm at home or I do StreamYard from my phone. And I don't be driving around Atlanta like that. Not like I used to when I was doing food apps and stuff like that. But I don't do that as much anymore. Most of my time I'm spending working from home or I'm doing my survey.com assignments, which I probably need to talk about that more. And the other things I do on the app, like to make an extra, like mystery shopping stuff. And I've been making a few $100s extra doing some other apps, but I haven't really spoke too much about it compared to I could really talk about it. So once I settle down, because I got too much, not too much going on, but in trying to study for Udacity to get that certification for Python and trying to get into a high paying technical field. Oh, you saw those ship videos? You know how old that is? That's almost going on 3 years ago. So I've been doing for these last few years, I've been doing a lot. Doing all these apps and stuff and working from morning to afternoon to evenings to late at night. It's a lot. You know, People don't realize when I was doing those apps and going out to places like Swanee and Beaufort and Duluth, downtown Atlanta, not really so much downtown Atlanta, but like Buckhead and Brookhaven, might as well say downtown. And it was interesting. I can't believe how 3 years, almost going on 4 years, had passed than what I was used to doing. Going to Decatur and used to bump into the people who were doing the same apps that you were doing, Instacart and all those different apps, and you just bumping into people and how so many people were doing it and making the grocery shopping and stuff. I met a lot of people, especially when you start looking at YouTube videos and people were doing it, talking about it. And just in these 4 years, I got these gloves on because I'm about to go downstairs and wash dishes and do whatever I need to do downstairs. So I'm about to go down there in a minute. So it was like a lot of different people that I met throughout Atlanta doing these gig jobs. Yep, that boat incident all up in Beaufort on Lake Lanier. Shoot, man. I sure wish I had my phone was working then when I was on it. My phone went dead at the time. I was like, dang it, that would have been like I think that would have been like the perfect video, taking shots of Lake Lanier and all the places I had to go to and walk, get out the car, walk to the book thing, go on the golf cart, then going on the pier and way out in the water. Boy, that was I said, dang, I was so mad when my phone was going dead and I couldn't even capture it. That was like perfect. That would have been perfect footage. That would have been like almost perfect footage. Trust and believe. That would have been. I think that would have been my number one video if I was able to capture that experience. So maybe one day next year in the spring, I may go out there just to go out there, just to show you the sceneries when I go to Lake Lanier again and show the sceneries. And I'll probably go back up there again. Be like, let me show you where I was at the time and just go out there. Shoot. Then they got the nerve for me to go back there again on Monday. It was the same person. I said, hell no, I'm not going over there. And I think that was that was my demise for Instacart. That was my demise. That little incident that week, because I also went to somebody else. This gated community gonna claim that I went to the gate. I went to a gate when it's literally like a big wall. Oof. And then I did the live, driving all over Atlanta with the live. That was another app, and I just found out the live. Um, they finally ended their operations a few months ago. They was the ones I was going to the mall to pick at Macy's, Bloomingdale's, Apple Store, Best Buy, Office Depot, out for to pick up packages and deliver to people's houses and stuff. That was a pretty good gig too. I made a lot of money doing that. But it was a lot of miles. It was a lot of hours, picking up packages from different stuff. I made some good money with that. But I heard they let go all their staff members. They had an Atlanta office where people was customer service, and they had first started in New York, and then it kind of spread all over. But it didn't. A lot of people didn't really pick up on that. I didn't talk about the live as much because I was like, this is my little gig. This is my little spot. Macy's is now with DoorDash doing what? Macy's about to Macy's ain't got no opening in no mall. If they do, it ain't gonna be it ain't gonna last too much longer. Not Macy's closing down permanently, but in terms of like people picking up Macy's for deliveries and stuff like that, it ain't worth it. I'm gonna tell y'all that now. If DoorDash is going to Macy's to pick up people's packages to deliver to their houses and stuff, it ain't close. I can tell you that. And the money, DoorDash ain't gonna pay that much money. It ain't gonna be that lucrative. I can tell you that now. Yep. I was doing that. That was to live, and I had, you know, that's not a lot of money. $15, man. I could make $15 doing survey.com and do one store to take some pictures of some items and make $15. I could shoot. I could make some money doing that. Let me tell you, that's not a lot of money. Because let me tell you, with Macy's and DoorDash, probably. See, the people who are going to order from Macy's, like Lenox Mall, for instance, you're going to be end up going to like Alpharetta. You may be going 25, 30 miles. You may be going far. You ain't going, it ain't never close, let me tell you. The only reason why I did the live was because I was picking up for like Macy's, Office Depot, Bloomingdale's, and they had a certain time period it had to be delivered, and they mapped it out where I was like, okay, I'm not really driving all over the place. Now I drove a lot of miles when I had 6, 7 deliveries to do that day. $15 a little steep for delivery fee if you put in a big order. No, because it depends on the order. If you had 5 things, if it was whatever the customer ordered, they paid you the fee. But I wasn't just picking up just one customer at Macy's. It was several customers. It may be like 2, 3 customers or maybe one. It just depends. But I was also picking up other orders at other places too. Like with the live, say I was supposed to go to Macy's and then I go to Bloomingdale's and then down the street was Office Depot and then down the other street was Best Buy. And then they show you where to pick it up. And then when you pick it up, then they show you who you're delivering it to. And it was all mapped out. So it was kind of like you're not really driving all over the place. They had it mapped out where, um, and because it had to be delivered by a certain time or certain during a certain period. Like they might be at work. So sometimes you may have a package and they may not want that package until 3 hours later. So, but you had other packages to pick up in between. Mm, well, when I did it, it was kind of popping during regular time. It wasn't just holidays. Cause see, during the holidays, it wasn't. I'm trying to remember how Christmas and stuff was. It was all right. It was just regular. But see, I was kind of like maybe the very few person that was doing that in Atlanta, because so I ain't tell nobody nothing. I was like, ain't nobody kept my job, get my gigs, because you don't want it to be like Uber Eats and stuff and Uber where everybody started doing it, and they only had so many people do it anyway. So that was a good thing. But my experience with DoorDash, when it comes to deliveries, when they had that thing with Walmart, I said, why the same person couldn't go? Why are they sending me to go to Walmart in this side of town when there was a Walmart closer to the person's house that I was delivering it to? And that $15, I would end up driving 25, 30 miles, to do it. It was a waste. They close at 7 p.m., so I won't be getting any Macy orders. Yeah, we should know tomorrow night. At least I think who said they was going to finish. They should be finished counting. I think they said Pennsylvania should be finished counting. Yeah, DoorDash don't. It's another app that I had downloaded. They um they do deliveries and stuff too, but I haven't heard much. Oh, it was Rody. That's right. I still have Rody on my repertoire of job apps to do. I need to call them tomorrow because I need to update my app. But Roadie pays pretty good. I was doing roadie before anybody was doing roadie. Before anybody started talking about roadie. Oh, Task Rabbit. That's what I was thinking of. Task Rabbit is the one that the bearded one in Chicago. He started doing Task Rabbit. And he was like, ain't no one told me about this. I wish I knew about this before. He was showing off his app this week that he was making, he said he was making almost $6,000. Did he say 600 or did he say 6,000? Mm, I think he said I want to say 6,000. I think he said he was making 6,000 doing TaskRabbit a month that month in October. I don't know. You just have to. He didn't want to do. Yeah, but he said he's going up and down, and he no one else mentioned it. Some people in the comments say I mentioned this to you a year ago. Two, some people said they told him, but he was so bent up on Uber and Lyft, and showing off that he was making all this money. But he probably right. Because he got kicked off of Uber. But it was like that was like the hot news on YouTube. Gio no longer doing Uber, and how he was talking bad about Kevin, calling him a bum and all that stuff. And then Kevin was like, "I don't want to kick him when he's down. I don't want to say nothing. I don't want to do that." You know, and I'm quite sure he wanted to really lay it on him, but what he was saying, like karma, Kevin the entrepreneur. I know he wanted to. And then after that, I don't know why he's not doing Lyft because I know people still take Lyft in Chicago, but I don't think it's like I said. People are not doing Uber, Lyft, and passengers picking up like they used to. But yeah, he doing labor stuff. Talk about he had to move furniture and this and that or whatever. And shoot, I guess when Lyft dried up, he had to find something to do, and he found TaskRabbit. I was gonna do TaskRabbit and order someone to come as a house cleaner, but some people rates it was pretty decent, but I couldn't really find anyone that was like, go and hire this person to do whatever or whatever. But some people making some money with TaskRabbit. If I was to do TaskRabbit, I wouldn't know. I don't want to do cleaning no houses. I would do either. If I was to do TaskRabbit, I would have to do something like grocery shopping or maybe doing deliveries for people. Like if they wanted to go for me to pick up something, I would do TaskRabbit. I really would. I use Handy for cleaning service. TaskRabbit too. Yeah, Handy is what Wayfair uses to assemble their items. I saw Handy. They are pretty reasonable because I think TaskRabbit is too expensive to be honest. But I don't know how people get on to be Handy. But Handy, Wayfair use Handy to assemble their furniture, symbols, and stuff if you need it. But yeah, they do have. I looked at Handy, house cleaning, and a whole bunch of other things. I may use Handy for something. I think I may use them just to see. I may use them for something, but I'm gonna wait. So so when you use Handy for cleaning, how many weeks? How much did you sign up for a monthly service, or did you do like a one-time thing or something? Oh, one-time thing. Now, were they really cleaning, or were they just like come here and do a little dusting here and there and wipe down some tables and stuff? or were they really doing cleaning, like deep, deep cleaning? Now look at here. I've been on here for 2 hours and 21 minutes. Thanks for the thumbs up, y'all. 9 thumbs up. Yeah. You know what? I wish I had got that realtor and stuff to deep clean this house when I first moved in. That would probably be something good to use to do a deep, deep cleaning. How much did you pay with deep clean? Because I would like to do a deep, deep clean, but I gotta sort through things and $120. Okay, that's not bad. I mean, how long it took them to do that? Because I'm quite sure when you move into a house, you don't have furniture and stuff like that, so they didn't do a deep clean. You ain't gotta do too much. But nope, no, Cola, stop lying. If I switch over and you lie to me, I'm gonna beat you. I'll be back. Let me see if you really right. Stop it. See, I'm blocking you, putting you in timeout. Hold up. You looking, I'll put you in timeout. Stop playing. You know I've been following this thing in the seriousness. You know I've been following it. Now how are you gonna do that to me? That's not funny. That ain't funny. I should put you in timeout just because of that. Let me see. Crazy ass. I'm just gonna say that to me. You know I've been following this thing. And not because of no YouTube views either. I'm really serious about this. You know, I volunteered calling people on the phone, not even getting paid, just volunteering, even though half the people didn't pick up the phone. You know, I was real serious about that. Mm-mm. Let me see what's going on anyway. Let me see. They vanished. Guess what? Now I'm not lying this time. I ain't gonna be lying. Georgia, 49.4%. Biden, 49.4%. And they are in they're counting the votes in Clayton County, Erica. Clayton County. Yes, but they're counting Clayton County, Colas. Clayton County ain't no more blacker than that and Democratic than Clayton County. They already went beyond the others. 1,000 votes, and you still got Clayton County, which is a pretty sizable county that's Democratic. They already saying, I just turned from it. They already say on CNN, it looks like Biden could flip Georgia to blue. They said now they Clayton County. They said they only got less than 1,000 votes that he needs to get. They said to hold him to a higher standard. They said he only needs like 30% of that. And then they say, okay, you think more than, yeah. You know they got a whole bunch of older black folks and yes, way more. They said he only needs 30. They put it this way. They said if they hold as what he's been getting at 60%, they said he only needs 30%, and they going by the low ball. They already started pulling up the tablet. They already started putting up the tablet and already started subtracting. They said as more he gets 300, that's it. It's already tied. It was already tied. It was 49.4, 49.4. They down to Clayton County. In Pennsylvania, they said that lead is layering down too. It's not even about, at this point, see, let me tell you, CNN, I really think, yep, that's the last county, Clayton County. They said they already counted all the others. That's how it came to tie. That's why it came down to 49 point. Let me see. Let me go back. They said that out of 1,600 something votes, um, they said out of 1,650 votes that Kay counted so far, Trump only got 35 votes out of that 16 something, and said that by if they said if he continues to get 65% and higher than he was getting since no, he wouldn't get it just yet. Let me see, 12. Nope, because at that point he won't even he will only be real less than what he needs. Let me see. What is it? 16. You'll be at 269. Nope. If he gets Georgia, he'll be at 269. He'll be one. No, he didn't win Arizona yet. He's still leading in Arizona, though. He's still leading in Arizona. See they try to make sure that they count every vote. They're not trying to declare nothing yet. They're not trying to declare anything. They want to make sure that every single vote is counted down to the nearest whatever. I think, like I said, I think once this thing gets, they say he's getting. Put it this way: the headline is he's getting closer to 270. They saying Trump has a chance. They already determined he needed Pennsylvania, but that thing is down. That lead is shrunk. They said the lead has shrunk and closed in Georgia and Pennsylvania. It had closed. They closed. I think they trying to wait and see which one's going to go first. To be honest, I think that whoever comes in first with the results, then they're gonna call it. Then they're gonna say he won. But they ain't trying to call nothing. They trying to wait till he get to 269 before they call it. Because they already know whether it be Arizona or whether it be Nevada or Pennsylvania. If Georgia closes down like they said, and by midnight they're gonna finish counting Clayton County. And so far, Trump only got 35. It's too much. I'm telling you, the news is building this up for the ratings. At this point, the whole thing is how much is he gonna win by? That's what the whole thing is. How much is he gonna win by a large margin? Nope. Mathematically, it's impossible. It can't go into a tie. Let me see. 11, 17, 30, 2, 52, 55. Okay, Trump got 213, and they say he get everything. He runs the table. It's 55. And they didn't even count Alaska. They got that little. Nope. Trump wouldn't even still get to. He wouldn't even get. He would get. You have to get 270. No, Trump needs to win to stay competitive. He needs to get Pennsylvania. If Please put it this way: if Biden gets Nevada and Arizona, he wins. Trump can win the other states. He still wouldn't get 270. So the premise is that Trump needs Pennsylvania to stay competitive. If Biden gets Nevada and Arizona, he wins, regardless what happens in Georgia and what happens in Pennsylvania and North Carolina. So, but they already have in Pennsylvania, they already counted majority of the state. They in Philly. And so far in Philly, they chopped down that lead and they still counting. So they said that he'll even if he got a 35, 30 to 35% of the votes or the ballots counted, he would win. So it's not like he needs a whole lot of votes. There's only so many votes. And they're counting it in Philly. So far, they said that he's been getting 65% of those. He's been getting 65% of those mail-in ballots and those ballots that he counted later. They already know. See, they already know how many people is on the register that's voted as Republican and Democrat. They already got the numbers. They just this is just formalities at this point. This is all formalities because when you think about it, it would have been a blowout for Trump to win. And then with the fact that he still has not gained, he has not cut into the lead. If anything, is Trump held the lead, or he had the lead in the beginning. Tuesday night, Tuesday into Tuesday, he had the lead, and then when Wednesday came, it started dwindling, and then it started dwindling again. So every hour that has passed by, they were saying it's been dwindled down. So he's not getting any more votes. It's been shrinking, and then now it's tied. So I just think they're just trying to keep people in suspense because, like I said, they try to put themselves in history. I'm telling you, this is about. So let me see. Mm. All right, I'm back. Georgia, Trump got 2,447,223. Biden got 2,445,321. That's 1,902 votes for it to be a tie. And out of that 1,902 in Georgia, and they counting Clayton County, they already know how many ballots they have to count for Clayton County. So I didn't get the number of ballots they said they have to count in Clayton County, but if he only needs just 30% of that ballots remaining, he's going to get more. He's going to win Georgia. And all the ballots that they had counted in Georgia, like DeKalb County, Clayton County, Gwinnett County, and all the other outskirts suburbs, he won 65% of those ballots that came in. He won those other areas by 90 something percent. And all of that was a lead that Trump had, and it narrowed down and he surpassed it. So now they down to Clayton County because he's only down by 1,902. But if depending on how many ballots they said that's in Clayton County remaining, that's how Clayton County is ain't shoot. Let me tell you, Clayton County is pure Democrat all the way. They just is more Democrat voting than they are in Gwinnett, DeKalb, Fulton County put together. You know, they just said that when they had counted one of the other, I don't know, it was Clayton County or was it another county? They said Trump only had got 35 votes in one of those counties. I don't know, it was Clayton. They said he had got 35 votes out of the 1,000 something. That's how it blew over. The last before they had this 1,902 number, Trump only got 35 votes. At that point, Trump hadn't got 35, and Biden pretty much got 65 plus percent of the votes. And that's how it lead. That's how it led to 1,902. When Tuesday came, Trump lead was like what he said it was. It was like in the 300,000 plus lead. That's how much of a lead he had. He had such a wide lead, but when they came to Atlanta and they started counting those votes in Atlanta, Metro Atlanta, suburbs and stuff, they said, "Oh no, we got a whole." Everybody showed out and showed up in DeKalb County, Clayton, not Clayton, DeKalb County, Gwinnett. People showed up. Black folks in Georgia showed up this election. They showed up. They showed up and they showed out. It was millions of votes that came in. Way more people came out to vote. And can you imagine if we didn't show up? See, black folks learned. See, we learned from the last time. We learned from the last time. I'm telling you, we learned. Black folks learned their lesson in Georgia, especially Georgia. I gotta speak for Georgia. Well, I don't know. I can't speak on Latino because Florida, he got a lot of Latino vote. Now, in terms of Puerto Rico, they may have gotten Biden. Puerto Ricans probably voted for Biden. But in terms of like Cubans and people from other Latino countries, especially Cubans, Venezuelans, no. The ones who came more from a socialism probably voted for Trump because of their idealism of socialism and stuff. And I said that way before I heard that being mentioned by some other woman, Hispanic woman who came to, I don't know her name, but you know, Rubio and De Silva or whatever their names are, the ones that those politicians up in Florida, all those Spanish names, those Cuban names. See, Rubio and De Silvio and some of those other Latino politicians up there. See, that's why they got this. That's yeah, Ron DeSantis. That's his name. See, they already was supporting Trump anyway. You know, that's how that came about. But that's Florida. I'm talking about Georgia. And even they were saying in Arizona how the Hispanic vote out there in Arizona and Nevada helped Biden too, pushed them over too. What? Jeremy, what you been following? You know that wasn't. I knew that wasn't going to happen. I knew it was not going to be no one day. We're going to find out in 2 days. I knew that wasn't going to happen. Because they're going to make sure they count all the ballots. They are not trying to do that. We're going to wait. We're going to guess. They're not doing that. They're making sure they count every single ballot. Every single ballot's going to be counted for. Every single. They got people watching. They got people from the representative of both parties observing the vote, counting up the votes, everything. They said you could do that in Philadelphia. You could go to Pennsylvania and you could go online and you could watch them count the votes. I don't know how to do it. I'm not going to Google it, and I'm not even trying to look. I'm like, oh, oops. Why were they banging windows? Why were they banging on the windows in Detroit? Why? Michigan already got Biden already got Michigan, so I don't know why they banging on the window in Detroit. Why? They already counted for Michigan. Well, I don't know why they're doing that in Michigan. What they doing in Michigan? Michigan already, um, Biden already won Michigan, so unless it was something else going on, but I don't know. But hold on a second, I'll be back. Where they got Clayton County, baby? Damn. They had 95% for Clayton County. Biden is like 85% to Trump 14. What is it? It was something real high too. Damn, they making sure they count everything. Every county that I've seen so far, even Biden is leading in Metro Atlanta, period. And they still got like 5%, 95%. They try to get to that 99%, meaning 100 really. And he only needs 1,902. Even if there's like 3,000 votes in some of these places, six. At this point, they just looking for ratings. TV and CNN and stuff. They just looking for ratings and being in the history books at this point. They just keeping people at suspense. I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense. Why they want to stop counting in Detroit when they already declared the winner in Michigan? What am I missing? Am I missing something? Is Michigan still in it? Let me see. All right. I don't know what y'all looking at in Michigan, but Detroit, but Michigan was already flipped from Republican from a red state to a blue state. So that's old news from 2 days ago. So I don't know what they doing in Michigan, what they doing in Detroit, but that's already been flipped. Now, unless there's something else going on that people are arguing about, it's not. It's surely not who won the Michigan. It was a red and it turned blue. So, well, I don't know what map you're looking at, but they've been called Michigan along with what we call it, Michigan and Wisconsin and the other one, Ohio. They already finished that region. They've been moved on from that. How do you think Biden got to what he got? He already flipped the state. That was, that ain't new. It ain't no. You can't look. I don't know what map y'all guiding by, but the only thing that's out there is Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Nevada, and little old Alaska. That's two. What are you talking about? They saying he will win Arizona and lose all the others. These people are. Who's saying that, Colas? What are you talking about? He's still leading in Arizona and Nevada. He only needs those two. If he gets those two, he wins. Even if Trump wins the other ones, it's still don't. He still wouldn't have enough. So, and they already at 90 something percent, and they already they already at 90 something percent in those two places, and the ones that's still counting, they still counting. It's still blue. You have to go in the map. You got to click on the map. Inside the map, you got to click inside of the map in order to know where they're still vote and where they're counting at. So if you go into Nevada and you click on Reno and it's still light blue, that means he's leading. And then you see the percentage, it would say 90, it would say like 95%. And then it would show how many votes he got in that city. Well, people ain't know how to count anyway. If I do recall from the last election, somebody threw up some number. I was like, "Dumb, dumb. That's not even right." Somebody did that before. They put the added some numbering was on there, and they had the wrong numbers and stuff. Or something happened. It was so stupid. So I don't know what it is. People looking at or what they going by. You must be. They must be going on the map that you're supposed to make your own map, and that's the wrong one. That's not even. They already showed across. If you go to shoot, if anything, go to NBC.com. They're gonna show you all the states that who won what, and they got a check mark next to their name saying they won. That's it. They at this point they waiting to see who gonna get to 270. Biden only needs 16. That's it. That's all he need. And it's gonna be done in any kind of combination of whatever, whatever the combination is. And even then, if no one gets to it, whoever when they cast the electoral college vote, Arizona, Nevada, whoever, when they pass their electoral, they gonna give their college electoral college. At this point, they trying to see how far of a lead he's gonna get because ain't no way that Monday come Tuesday you were leading by 300,000, 500,000 plus votes to now you only leading by 1,000 something, and you still, and then you counting the heavy Democratic cities and stuff. They already know that they said they have a stack of mail and it says this is 10,000 votes remaining to count. They counting everything. I just think this whole thing is we just gonna count every vote down to the whatever because nobody cannot say, oh, this person won by this number of votes, but you didn't count all. Count all. That's why they're doing this. They're counting it all down to the narrow. I'll be back. Let me get me something to drink. the time had went backwards. It seems like this whole week been so slow. It's like only 10:28. I sure hope my internet, not internet, I sure hope this hardwire works tomorrow when AT&T gets here tomorrow night in the evening. I sure hope it works. So I could work for this company from home. Oh Lord. I've been on here for 3 hours. You know I ain't supposed to be on here like this. All right. In a couple more weeks, it'll be my birthday. I'm gonna put me a birthday link so I could buy me something. What y'all gonna give me for my birthday? Let's talk about that. I think I've been with most of y'all for what, 4 years? Even though even though you never see me put no kind of, you know, I don't do no dry begging. But if it was my birthday and it was in person, you know how people be walking around with that little pin on there? I'm gonna do that virtually online. Put me a little pin with $1 because I would like to do a meet and greet. Now I know I've been talking about my 50th birthday party celebration from a couple years ago. Put this is now a couple years. GoFundMe. Oh no, I ain't gonna do GoFundMe. You know, GoFundMe is not for birthdays. I think GoFundMe is supposed to be for like emergencies or raising money for something. And you know, the GoFundMe organization or whatever you want to call them, you know, they get a percentage of it, like 60% or something ridiculous, or a wish list. Hmm. Well, I don't know how you do a wish list. I don't want to do a wish list where some company gets a portion of it, and because I don't know how adequate that is. Well, I'll figure it out. I'll probably put the link when I do my link. I'll put down like maybe PayPal or what's the other one? Cash App. That's what I'll do. I'll put the Cash App and then I'll do the Cash App one. Yeah, they do take some money. I heard. That's why I was like, yeah, I don't have that many subscribers like that. How many people gonna really look at it? I'm not even expecting much. Just a few bucks for me to go to Quick Trip, buy me a couple of drinks. Oh, do it on Amazon. Hmm. I don't know. I'll look and see. I don't know how to do that. I heard of it, but people talking about it, but I never really was ever thinking about doing that. We'll see. And where is the other Jeremy at? I ain't seen her. Oh, people could buy from the list. Hmm. Well, I'll look on there. I got an Amazon account. I'll look at it, but you'll see. But you know what? I know I said I was going to do something. I said I want to collect everybody's birthdays and put it together so I could start doing a little something for each other. Well, y'all let me know because I'm gonna start doing some giveaways, I guess you could say. Because I got these points and all these other little things that I've been doing. You know, and sometimes I could always get different links and not freebies, but it's something I'm thinking about doing. All right, let me see what's going on because I sworn somebody said they were going to finish counting today by midnight. So let me check and see where we stand now. Hmm.
Coming in, were you always anticipating your life would win? We knew after 2016 was you were going to that often is enough to win the whole state. Additional, a few others. So, have big numbers there, but you have to be aware of this. Some of the rural counties as well. So the combined effect of that is a win. Winning into the incumbent president, which is really, really hard to do. Pennsylvania, Michigan. Senator Jason, thanks so much for joining us. Thanks very much. Senator Casey, Pennsylvania, right now. 30 years for standing on your city numbers and election.
Okay, I'm back. All right, I'm back. Is that a happy face? Yeah. It's a cold face too because it's chilly in this thing house. Aw, you're so sweet. Yeah, I'm gonna do some giveaways. It may not be much, but that's what I'm gonna do. I've been saving up to do this giveaways, so I've been doing it for the whole year because I said you need to save up and then I'll do it. So, cause for like several months prior, I wasn't able to get on the computer because I just I had that laptop and it wasn't working, so I wasn't able to get on for a long time. So now that I'm able to get on, but I still could do live streaming while I'm on the computer. Not too much on the phone, but yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'll figure it out. I'll do. See, I'm so mad now I'm able to want to now when I want to do a meetup, I can't even do a meetup like I really wanted to. And yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Not so much to like grow, grow subscribers, because I think the fact that I have such a small knit groups of people, I've gotten to really know a lot of y'all. Even though some of y'all still ain't show your face, but that's all right. Or maybe one day we do a little party. Yeah, we could do a little party. Somebody's already surprising me anyway by visiting, but I ain't gonna tell y'all who it is. I'll let them tell it. And I don't know. I started thinking to myself, I said, dog, I'll be 52. That means 8 years I'll be 60. Can you imagine? And how fast that could really go? Because who would think 4 years passed since I've been on YouTube? Not been on YouTube. I've been on YouTube for a long time, but like these last from 2016 till now, 4 years when I first started doing these gig jobs and stuff, and that's when my channel really grew to subscribers because I've been on here for a few years ago, but it wasn't to this capacity because YouTube wasn't like this at first. They didn't have monetization and all that stuff and live chat. They didn't have that at first. So yeah, I'm gonna do my blog. I'm gonna do my blog when I go online when I do my birthday celebration. Cause you know that every year I always do my birthday when I used to go to that Italian restaurant that they give you a free birthday meal on your birthday. And I was sitting at that Italian restaurant that's up on 78 Ipocetos. It was like real Italian food with that big, huge, humongous salad they give you with the meal. Mm, I don't know. I'll have to ask this person if they want to do that. I would have to ask them because put it this way, y'all gonna be real surprised once I get permission of this person, and I'll let y'all know. But I don't know because I don't. We just have to see. I'll have to ask them. Oh yeah, I'm have to ask them though. But like I said, they may not want to vlog it of the visit. So, oh, my hair look like a mess. Time for me to get it done again. No, it ain't that. Nope, nope, not that. No creative mind is not that. Yep. See, no, I'm talking the free meal I'm talking about is called Epiletos. Epicetos. It's an Italian restaurant on 78. They got two locations. De Jour talked about it before because when I told him about it, he went up there and went and got some. It's delicious. I don't know if they even open to the public anymore. I hope they are because my birthday's on the 18th. It's on a Wednesday. That means I would have to literally leave here at 8 o'clock, go to the Italian restaurant. Hopefully they close at 10, and then I can at least go there just to, be there. My annual. I've made that as an annual thing since I found out about it. I hope they still. I hope they still open. Even if I have to go there just to sit down, order the food, eat just a little bit of it, and then pack it away. They give you so, oh, it's so good. Yep. Oh, you have to go the day of your birthday, not the day after, not the day before. They only honor it on your day of your birthday, and then you choose. And it's pretty good too. I remember when I went there last year. I know I made a video about it. I know I made a video about it. And then Wayfair gave me a birthday celebration gift card too. I had to choose. It was only $10, but it was pretty good considering that I still got Good Belly's $100 gift card from whatever they was giving that out for. So I chose Texas Roadhouse. So I have a link to get free lunch for $10. I ordered Texas Roadhouse. I was tired of getting gift cards for Amazon. I could have chose Amazon, but I said, you know what? I got so many points and stuff with Amazon with the gift cards. I said, no, I don't want to buy nothing from Amazon. Besides, when I turned in that vacuum cleaner, that thing ain't even work, that cheap ass vacuum cleaner. Once I vacuum the rug, and then I'm gonna turn it right back in probably this week and pack that thing right back in the box. Get my $70 back, and most of it was points and a gift card. So now I gotta find me a new vacuum cleaner. So that cheap bristle one I got, that thing ain't this squat. And you see the vacuum cleaner, the cleaner. You see the one in the background? You see it right there? That's the vacuum cleaner. The steamer, the steam cleaner, steam carpet cleaning washer, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, you have to show your ID. You just can't say it's my birthday. Yeah, you got to bring your ID. But there was a lot of places that give you free meals on your birthday. I know they said Krispy Kreme, you're supposed to get a free donut. Um, Denny's used to have something, you get a free meal. Um, then they had IHOP, you're supposed to get a free meal. Benihana's, they're supposed to give you like a $50 gift certificate for you to make a purchase towards a meal, even though Benihana's is kind of pricey. But I haven't got a damn Benihana's gift certificate. Birthday in a Chick-fil-A is supposed to give me a free birthday, free chicken sandwich. They didn't give me one last year. They said, about you supposed to sign up for it. I said, I've been patronizing y'all for years, and y'all know I used to be eating at Chick-fil-A like it was no tomorrow. But it was supposed to be like a whole bunch of places that you could go to. If you Google birthday, they list a whole bunch of places that you get certain things for free birthday. So literally, I could go to breakfast, lunch, and dinner and snacks and go all over Atlanta and get free birthday whatever for that day. I was gonna do that last year, but by the time I went to the Italian restaurant and got my free meal, Denny's was closed down. I was like, "Where's Denny's?" I said, "Oh, hell no, they didn't close. They closed. They shut down Denny's. Denny's on Snellville is now a car wash place." I was like, "Really? Y'all tear down Denny's to put up? They got a car wash place." I was like, "You gotta leave a tip." I do leave tips. I don't now. I tips when I go to places. Even sometimes some of them don't deserve it. I still give them a tip. But I leave tips when I go places now. And then I had an option to get a gift card for DoorDash for food. I wasn't going to use. I was not going to get no gift card for no DoorDash to get no food. Yeah, Ken Colas, then you was the one telling me about Texas Roadhouse. Oh, I got no Wayfair gave it to me for free. On your birthday, they give you a birthday gift. So when they say happy birthday, happy belated birthday. So when I go to work, they're gonna put it all up on the internet. Happy birthday. They have all my lists right down the, happy birthday. I want a Dyson. What's a Dyson? Vacuum cleaner? I don't know. I'm gonna have to look on Amazon and see how much it costs because that dang bristle thing so cheap. I was like, it's like the whole thing is plastic. You see that bag that's sitting on that chair? That's a bristle old vacuum cleaner that I have from Bristol. I tore it apart. I tore the whole thing apart. I broke it down into pieces, and it's in a bag. And I was gonna go on eBay, and I was gonna sell the parts. I was gonna sell the parts to the old vacuum cleaner that I got, and I got another cleaning vacuum cleaner somewhere in the other room that don't work. And then I had got a free vacuum cleaner from this white man. They were selling it on neighbor.com. He said, well, maybe you can go on YouTube and see if you can fix it. The thing still don't, it didn't even work when I got it. It looks like it's brand new, but it's not. So something's wrong with it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to break up that vacuum cleaner, go on eBay and see if I can sell the parts and sell the parts. It got like the filter. In this bag is the filter. Let me show you what's in this little bag. And then see, look, in that box is nothing but junk. It's not junk. It's just, I've been trying to, clean up and stuff. So in that box, you know how you put stuff? They say just put stuff in a box. So I got like things that I was picking up, like pillow and other things. So in this bag is that bristle vacuum cleaner, the old one I had for years. And I broke it down, broke it apart. You keep asking me that. I don't know what that is. Probably not. I never heard of it. Never heard of it. Stop and shop. Never heard of it. That must be something in Florida because I think I saw that in Florida. They ain't got nothing like that. God dang it. So this was an old Bristol vacuum cleaner. The thing already lost all its suction, broken. So I broke it apart, right? You see the stuff I just showed you in the bag? These are parts of the vacuum cleaner that I tore apart. Look at this. Every little piece of a vacuum cleaner. Look. The filter, the hose. So I had this vacuum cleaner for years, right? So when I was like, man, this thing don't work, what happened to it? So I started taking it apart, unscrewing every little piece and every part. So the parts are in this bag, and then the other thing, which is the motor and the other parts of the vacuum cleaner, is in that box. So what I was gonna do was go online to eBay, sell these parts individually, the hose, the filter. So let me tell you how I came up with that idea. I came up with that idea because I was Googling it, right? Then I saw how people was going around neighborhoods and throwing out these vacuum cleaners, right? It'll be like $150 vacuum cleaner, and they just throw it out. Then they had these people on YouTube was going there, picking it up from people that they see it on the curve. They take it home, they break it apart, and then they fix it, and then they say everything be wrong with it is like the suction needs to be cleaned out or whatever, and it'll be working just as brand new. So then someone came up with the idea of just getting old vacuum cleaners, breaking up the parts, and then they sell the parts to people who need parts to the vacuum cleaner. So if you come across like one of those old school vacuum cleaners, it's worth a lot of money. So if you get like one of those old vacuum cleaners that you don't see no more, those vintage, it's worth money, and ain't nothing wrong with them. So when you have stuff laying around the house, like I got a whole bunch of books and stuff, somebody up the street in the shopping center opened up a book place. It says books. And I was like, where did business come from? It was like a small books. That's all it was, books. And I was like, why who opened up a business just to do books? So I have a whole bunch of books up there in that office, and there's places they buy back books, they buy old books from you. And some books, if it's so old, it's worth some money. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna look at all these books I got, and I'm gonna like put in that because Amazon got something where you could they'll buy books too. You could sell books online. But it was a site that I came across a few months ago. They say you could open an account, you could sell books online. I think it was Amazon, and you could just list it, and people will be buying books. And they said they could make a lot of money doing it. So I said, shoot, rather than me just throwing out stuff, especially things there's nothing wrong with it, or even if something's wrong with it, I'm gonna sell the parts. So, and this is just one of the vacuum cleaners, and then the other vacuum cleaner that's I don't know what's wrong. I'm gonna break that apart too and sell it on eBay. Where you return it? What do you mean where you return? Where return what? You be asking questions like I don't understand. Where do I the vacuum? Oh, you talking about the other vacuum cleaner that I bought? Oh, it's going back to Amazon. I'm getting my money back. See, they gave me this vacuum, this other cleaner. When I told them something was wrong with it, the girl didn't understand. I didn't say something was wrong with it. She told me to keep it, and they gave me my money back. I bought me another regular vacuum cleaner. No, I already got the box. The other vacuum cleaner that I got last week, I'm taking that back because they didn't give me my money back for it. So they no, put it this way, they didn't tell me to keep it and they'll trash it. They told me to send it back and they'll give me my money back. This vacuum cleaner, which is the carpet cleaner, that's what I meant. The carpet cleaner, they refunded me my money back. I just opened the carpet cleaner last week, and then so I basically got a free carpet cleaner. But the vacuum cleaner, it was just so cheap that it didn't really do anything. I said, this thing is cheap. This thing ain't really vacuuming this carpet. So I'm taking that back. The bag that I showed you that's sitting on the floor, and that is old. I had that for years. I didn't throw it out on the street. I just broke it apart, and I went online and I saw that people were selling old vacuum cleaner parts for money. And they just put it on eBay, and people will, when somebody needs something for certain parts of a vacuum cleaner, they'll go online and they could buy it. And that's what Bristol does anyway. They're gonna sell you some old parts. So I said, rather than me throwing out these good parts, somebody's gonna need a part or whatever. So you have like old vacuum cleaners and stuff like that. Rather than just throwing it out, just break it apart, go on eBay or wherever, sell the modem, sell the whatever, sell the parts. But $5, $10, whatever. Somebody will buy it. And I saw online that somebody was doing it. I was like, what? Somebody's selling that same piece that I got in this bag, and people just buy it. So when you go to places like Goodwill or wherever, you know how you see these old vacuum cleaners that people be getting rid of? Don't do it. You gonna get those vintage looking stuff. You go to the old vintage things and you can just flip them. That's how people would be flipping furniture. You know how people go to places and they be buying these old vintage looking furnitures and stuff that people's like, I don't want that. They just turn, all they do is turn around, is refurbish it, and they put it on eBay or wherever. And then people be looking for things and they buy it. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get all these books and all this stuff I don't even read anymore, or books that is looks that still be new, or even if it's an old book. A lot of older books be worth a lot of money, but you don't know it until you put in that ISB code or whatever. So, so when I start packing up a lot of these junk, and I start clearing out my house, and say, you know what, this thing been sitting on this shelf and just sitting there, rather than me just donating it to a lot of places, I could try to see if I could sell it first. And that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, let me see what's going on. I'm dying to know what happened. Dang. All right, I'm back. They said Georgia. They said they're counting the Clayton. They're gonna be counting those. They're gonna be finishing counting Clayton County tonight. So far, do you have an iWatch? Nope. Yep, I don't have an iWatch. So they said they're gonna be counting the votes. So far numbers changed. It was 2,447,223. Now it was 2,440. Wait a minute. Let me see what these things say. All right. So far from Georgia, it went from 2,447,223 for stupid Trump to 2,447,343. But Biden went from 2,445,321 to 2,445,568. So now it's down to less than 2,000 something votes. but he's still leading Clayton County, which they still vote. It's a wide margin, so he's getting a lot of those votes that they counting that's in them that was mailed, and they've been saying on CNN. They said that it's highly likely he's going to be flipping the state of Georgia to blue. They weren't talking. They weren't saying that at first. But they said that with the way the votes are coming in now, they said they're going to be finished voting by tonight for Georgia. And they're in Clayton County, a heavy populated state. And they said that it's like almost 6-1 almost. So I think less than and by midnight, which is less than an hour, they're finishing counting in Georgia, and they're about to let them know what the update is. And so far, it looks like it's gonna yep, it's gonna come down to the wire now. But he's still not gonna get that 270 yet. But at that point, and Pennsylvania, they said it's closing in too. It's coming in fast with those because all the boats in Pennsylvania is now. Um, they said it was Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh. They said that that's coming to the lead is shrinking and shrinking, and then Philadelphia, they said it's highly populated blue, and they said those are shrinking down considerably too. So So I think it's a matter of Georgia coming in and then Pennsylvania. It's a matter of it closing. He still hasn't. They still haven't wide. Not wide, but they still have um, a lead in Arizona and Nevada. He hasn't. They haven't shrunk it down yet. It's still just a few. Just a few more percentage points. I really think they just trying to milk this out. I think CNN and stuff is really trying to milk this out for headlines the way they're doing this. Even though the people told them they counting every vote, I think they just reaching out to the last stretch. They're reaching out to the last stretch. Updated. Did they update more? Oh, Philly is Democratic for sure. The person, the Secretary of State or whatever for Pennsylvania, he said that in the past, Allegheny County or whatever, they said that was like a big chunk of um, the votes in the past. That it was always the incumbent would win Pennsylvania. Whoever's president, they said they always won it, and they only had to account for that one county, and that was it. But they said that Philadelphia had such a large turnout than ever. That is, they said that really made pushed it over the edge because they said they said that's purely Democrat. That's a blue. They said it's blue all day, every day. And they said so many votes came in. The Democrats showed up in Philly. They said that's what flipped the state. They said that's possibly flipping a state because of what came out of Philly. People showed up. They said people really, 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 really did show up and voted. See, they already accounted for most Republicans in Pennsylvania. They already counted those. They already know what areas highly Democratic, which highly Republican, and and early in the week, well Tuesday, when Trump had to leave, they weren't thinking, well not thinking, there was no way possible that they was ever going to account that Philadelphia was going to come be what it is. You know, they did not really think that people was going to come out in Philadelphia and came out in numbers like they done. Yeah, Dorian, they mostly low income in Philly. They always had a low turnout when it came to, in certain places. People didn't really come out and vote like that, like they did compared to Allegheny County and all those other counties. See, Trump was all relying on thinking that Philadelphia, like he get Allegheny County, those other parts of the state. And because you look at Philly, you see all a bunch of red, you be like, what that? But that was over. But now, just like Georgia. Georgia has always been a red Republican state since Carter. And then they never accounted for the black, DeKalb County and Snellville, DeKalb County, Gwinnett, Fulton County, City of Atlanta, which is mostly Democrat. The whole most of the state in Georgia is Republican, and then the ones, Augusta, Savannah, Chatham County, that's mostly Democrat. So Columbus, they didn't expect a whole lot of turnout like that. But people came out and showed up. That's why I keep fussing with people when like, I ain't gonna vote, I ain't gonna. I said, what? You're crazy. I said, if everybody thought that same process, it's always going to be more white folks, Republicans are going to come out and vote. But see, when black people or people, not even just black, but just people in general, who mostly the disenfranchised, they tend to, vote Democrat, don't go out to vote, don't show up, sit at home. That's the main ones that need to come out. It ain't about the Democrats taking advantage of the black vote, Democrats taking advantage of the Hispanic vote. You know, it ain't about that. It ain't about somebody taking advantage of somebody or groups of people or whatever the case may be. Just like the census. The census was probably one of the most important things to do this year because that determines where the money's going to be allocated to for the next 10 years, whether it be for schools, highways, um, job training, um, any type of financial assistance and anything, housing, affordable housing, all that depends on what's going on with the census and where it's populated at. Why do you think they was putting all these ads out and putting all these things out and oh no, we go and vote in the mail. That's something, they've been trying to do that voter suppression trickery for the months. And if they've done it for years, intimidation, so people don't come out to vote, or people got an impression in their mind that it's not important. If it wasn't so important, they wouldn't be doing all this mess to not do it because they know if they could put some fear tactic in people's minds and people say, well, I don't know, I don't feel like it ain't gonna make no difference to me. They want you to think that because they know. Now, if anything taught you this year in 2020 with coronavirus and all that stuff going on, if anything didn't teach you, if 2020 didn't show us that when you come out to vote, how important it is. I think that if people came out and vote when when President Obama became president and they had the midterm elections and stuff, if people had showed up like they did, say, when the midterm elections was around and people showed up, trust and believe, a lot of things would have changed and President Obama would have gotten a lot of things done. And Trump would not even nowhere close to being considered. Put it that way. It's time for a change. Now, I'm not saying that, if the president can't do, no president, whether who it is, can do anything and change everything. That ain't gonna happen. But it's gonna take a collaboration of officials. It's gonna take a collaboration of all things changes. Let me give you an example. For instance, Aubrey, who got killed by those two white men up in down in Savannah. You know that the district attorney did not win re-election. They had, I don't know where this man came from or how he came. They didn't have a Democratic. They didn't have a Democratic person to run against the district attorney, who said they wasn't going to prosecute those two white men who killed that black man when he was jogging, and they had conflict of interest and all that stuff, and they accused themselves from it, and they wasn't going to press. They was going to press charges, but they wasn't going to do nothing about it. You know that it was this one person who had got 6,000 signatures to put his name on this ballot, and he won, and the person lost. This person was not a lawyer, or I don't know who he was, but I guess somehow or another, this person must have said, must have been very outspoken about it. And I guess someone was like, we need to put him on the ballot. They knocked on his door. Go ahead and run. Go ahead and run. And they got the 6,000 ballots they needed and put him on the ballot. That person won and overthrew the district attorney who held that seat that had the effects of making that statement about Aubrey, the black man who got killed with those two white men. He won. They had the election. I just read that today. I was like, what? I didn't know that happened. I did not know that happened. Why do these people keep voting for Mitch McConnell? You know, uh, the reason why they keep voting for his old ass is because, like I said, the people in Kentucky keeps voting him in. They didn't have people who exactly. He need to hurry up. Tales of the Crypt. That man's so old. He'll be. He'll probably die in office. They'll probably say, "Oh, Mitch McConnell's sick," and that's probably what's going to end. That's probably what's going to get him out. He probably have to die in office before he gets out. I guess he thinking he must be the Supreme Court that never that you gonna be there forever. That man gonna be there till he's like 98 years old. They're gonna say Mitch McConnell, the oldest statesmanship, he gonna still be there. Still. But the reason is because the person who ran against him, they just didn't get the support. God dang, Kentucky cannot be that plain, cannot be that white like that. But I guess the area that where he lives, I guess is just gerrymandering they call it. Gerrymandering and the way the congressional lines run, as long as they keep that line run like that, he always gonna win. He's always gonna win. So unless you get somebody else who's a I don't care if it was another Republican, but see, he always going to win the Republican ticket. He always going to win that Republican ticket. You know, just like John Lewis. John Lewis, if John Lewis was alive and he was still alive, I doubt very much that anybody would have beat John Lewis. And I'm not saying John Lewis need to go too, but unfortunately, God rest his soul, he stayed in office all the way till he got sick, and then until he passed away. That's why they got that special election. You know, the special election was ran. But other than that, John Lewis would have got on, moved on. I love John Lewis. I love what he did as a person in his lifetime and what he done for civil rights. But to be honest, I'm not in his district. I don't live in the counties that he lived, that he represented. But it gets to a point where he'll do enough to help the district that he ran, that he had. But I wouldn't say he did a whole lot of stuff lately. And sometimes you get the respect, you give the respect to the person, but it gets to a point where how long are you going to live on the laurels of I marched with Martin, I marched on Selma? How long are you going to keep riding on that story? You know, I'm glad you did it. I appreciate that. But sometimes people get too caught up in what they did in the past and keep running that narrative. But it's like, what have you really done lately? Stop running, start telling the same narrative over and over again. And what have you done? And I think a lot of people, and see, this is where some black Republicans or some black folks say, we need our own mind, we need to stop relying on the Democratic Party, taking advantage of us. Sometimes it ain't so much the Republican Party take advantage of the black vote, but sometimes people stay too loyal to the point where what are you really doing to change? You know, I don't want to keep voting for someone because they Democrat. I'm just going to stay Democrat. Because I think as I get older and whatever happens, sometimes you got to say, okay. That's why I think a lot of Republicans and people like that, they're talking about they're going to become independent. I'm going to be independent. And they could run independent, but you're going to have to come up with a whole new strategies of what it is you're going to do. You have to hold people accountable, regardless. You know, and I think if people held Donald Trump accountable and really told him, you know what, stop with the BS, stop with the bullshit, do what you need to do your job, and stop all that talking about President Obama and the press, you false, you a liar, you know, you fired, and played and used that presidency as his game show host, or using it as his reality TV series. And people tell him, you know what, Donald, cut the shit and do your goddamn job, and really told him and not enable him like that. And be honest and not be afraid of being fired or let him bully people. and had all his advisors around telling him what he needs to do. Listen, stop with the crap. What are you going to do to fix this economy? What are you going to do to let this virus go? Oh, what do you know? And stop making up. We're going to come with a virus in 2 weeks. We're going to open up on Easter. And all that crazy stuff. And listen to people around him who told him and not be afraid. I don't know what it was. Were these people afraid of what Donald had to say? What was it? What was it? We're going to know. We're going to know. Because whatever happens, all those advisors and all those people come a month and a half, they ain't going to have no job. They ain't going to listen to him. They're going to like, whatever. they waiting. They just waiting to dust off their resume to see where else they're going to go to. Hopefully, Biden may keep some of them on and say, oh, you can keep me. Nope. Clean house. Get rid of every single one. Boom. You see, you ain't hearing too much about Ben Carson. He's supposed to be in head of HUD. All these housing crises and mortgage moratoriums. Why you ain't hearing from him? You see, you ain't heard from Ben Carson. All this time, you ain't hear him come out to support Trump in no election. Did anybody hear from Ben Carson? Did anybody come him? Did you see him coming out supporting Trump, vote for Trump? I ain't heard nothing. I haven't heard not one peep from Carson since he got that position in HUD. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Did anybody hear from Ben Carson? What happened to him? Oh, you talking about Clarence Thomas? The court, okay. The judicial court is not going to come out and support a president. He already serves as the judicial branch of government. You're not going to hear anyone from the judicial branch endorse Trump. They're not going to come out and say, I support Trump, because that's you be impartial. And that'll be a conflict of interest. What about him? I don't know nothing about him. They're not going to come. I mean, he got appointed by Trump. They're not supposed to show any type of they're not supposed to show any type of support and say, oh, I support the president, or I'm voting for president. They're not supposed to do that. They can't do that. You're not allowed to do that. Not to say they'll get in trouble or they'll say you're going to get kicked off the Supreme Court. But there is some parts of ethics that you had to abide by. So, that, to me, the judicial branch about what their opinions on Trump or whatever, they're not going to express that. They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. So I'm talking about his cabinet's members, like Ben Carson, and some of those previous cabinet members that was fired or whatever. Coldest, you said that before. You said that the last time. Hold on, let me see what's going on. Hmm. They put Delaware. I don't know. They put Delaware. They put Delaware in Philadelphia. I know Delaware is like a rock. You could throw a rock, you'd be in Delaware. But they put Delaware along in the same thing with Philadelphia, and they still have 91%, and he's leading still in those areas, but they still ain't finished counting. So, but it's like just a few just pretty much a few more thousand more votes. But and I looked at Georgia, and it's still counting. So they counting down to the very last vote. So it still shows as a tie, but they still show um just a few more thousand votes just to go over the hump, I guess. I don't know why Nevada and Arizona still hasn't come in yet. That's but he's still leading. Biden's still leading in those two other states too. So nothing's changed too much with Nevada and Arizona. Nothing has changed. I don't understand it. Why they don't call it. It ain't like Trump has gained or closed anything. He has not closed in anything with those two states. And so it is still being counted. It's still being counted. He gonna say that to the turn till he turned purple. Until Orange Man turns purple, he gonna keep saying that forever. Because he honestly thought that he's gonna win. He honestly thought that he had it. That's what that was. Anybody would claim fraud too if you thinking, um, Colas, you keep asking questions like I'm supposed to know that. I don't know. I'll just be happy to have a black woman as VP for now. I mean, how many judges that's on a high level? How many black women have I seen? That's I'm not talking about county judge and whatever. I'm talking about on the appellate federal level judge that's a black woman anywhere in the country. I haven't seen any. I don't know of any. Trump already appointed over 200 something appellate courts since he's been there. That's what I'm saying. It's not always about the Supreme Court. He has appointed over 200 and something appellate federal courts on levels. That's why it's important that he don't get in there because he would get control of appointing federal judges all across the country and possibly more appointees from the Supreme Court. It's not always about the Supreme Court. A lot of people don't understand. There's the Supreme Court, then there's the federal appellate court level, and then there are state, there's so many levels. Under the Supreme Court are the federal appellate courts, which are um, that holds just as much importance as the Supreme Court. The courts that has been making these decisions in the last few days came from the appellate courts that knocked down or knocked down a lot of those things that Trump was saying. I'm gonna file a complaint. I'm gonna file a lawsuit. They already intervened into a lot of these elections already. It has to go to the appellate court before you go to the Supreme Court. When you go to the appellate court and they said we're going to hand down our decision, you would then have to get appeal the appellate court before you could go up to the Supreme Court. You just can't scream up there, I'm on the Supreme Court, Just let me give you an example. If I wanted to go back to the IRS and sue the IRS to get my job back, I have to go to federal. I would have to go on a federal level to appeal the reversal of my dismissal. But and some people actually got their jobs back and they went to that level. I don't have that type of energy. I could have said, oh, you know what, I want to file and da da da. Me go to court. I'm gonna go to court. I could have done that. I could have done that, and then the judges would have to make a decision, and they could have overturned it. I could have really done that. I could have done that if I wanted to. You know. So a lot of things is handled. That's what I'm saying. A lot of things is handled on a local level, and it's handled on appellate court levels before. Um, so all this, I'm running, I'm filing, I'm a sue, and Trump doing all this stuff. And, you know, he already trying to have standby lawyers on standby just in case something that he think he could go ahead and do it. Ain't nobody falling for that foolishness. That's why they taking their slow time voting these ballots. That's exactly why they doing it. Because they knew, they said, you know what, this fool think he gonna try to sue and all that stuff. Just take our time and vote. Okay, we need representatives. They had everything in order. Trust me, they had everything in place. We got the representative from both parties to witness the count. They're gonna stand there. How close can they stand? Then you want to argue for every little tick for tack. Oh, can they stand close? No, they too far. Oh, they ain't got a mask on. Oh, they not around the table. Oh, the camera's not focused at a 2,000%. See, they always trying to find some little minute thing to complain and file appeals and things like that. It's like, nope, yes, okay. They ain't playing. They got all their stuff in P's and Q's. All their things are P's and Q's. What's going on with all these, you know, they said they ain't playing. They're not going through that. Trust me, they are not gonna go through that mess again. All right, let me see what's going on. All right. The areas in Philadelphia is 95% in, and they still light blue, meaning that he got the majority of the votes, but they still counting. So in this area in Philadelphia, it's still probably he still could pick up maybe a couple of 2,000 something votes, 2,500 something votes or whatever to take the lead, and then Philadelphia will be it. Georgia, same thing. They only within a few thousand votes. Biden's still leading the count, but it's narrowing down. It's not even 1% anymore. It's more like 0.5, 0.4%, 0.2%, something like that. That's like 2, 3,000 votes or something. It's not even 30,000. It's more like thousands of votes. And every time I see the numbers, it keeps going. Biden numbers keeps increasing way more than what Trump is increasing. And like they said, if it's 30% of whatever, and he's been getting 60% or whatever, they already figured it out. They already said it. They're just waiting for now. You know, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm tired. I've been on here for 4 hours and 27 minutes. I'm gonna wait till 4.30 and that's it. Then I'm going to bed. I'm gonna lay down. Oh Lord. Either we're gonna wake up with some news of a president tomorrow. You're gonna truly wake up to something. Something. All right, I'm gonna be here for 2 more minutes and that's it. I've ate enough popcorn. I've drank enough tea. I've been not sucking on, but letting this ice melt down. That is it. One more look, and then when I come back, that's it. Boy, I just read that little thing what they talk about in Detroit. They said that they showed a journalist pulling a wagon talking about voter fraud was actually his equipment that he was pulling in a wagon. Really, people? Y'all went that low and stooped that low to say that a journalist was committing voter fraud because he was pulling a wagon, which was his equipment. I was like, in Detroit. That's what I was like, boy, I swear. And they showed it too. They showed his little wagon, and and he had the equipment, and he's pulling, and had the equipment in a wagon. How the hell you think he's supposed to carry film and cameras and or equipment? You know, these people are really reaching, just reaching. Like, boy, I swear. I just looked at the little headline, and then the other headline was Trump had told the most. What did he say? Hold on a second. What the headline said? Let me see. Trump delivers the most dishonest speech of his. Trump delivers the most dishonest speech of his presidency. He had just delivered a speech of the most dishonest speech in all of his presidency. Just keep yapping with the mouth, yapping, yapping. All that's going to be historical in the history books. People are going to go back, all that film, all those things, especially during the election, all that stuff he talking about. He's just going to be the laughing stock. You can't even write, you can't even try to change it around or interpret anything in terms of what comes out of his stupid mouth. Nothing. So, at this point, I'm going to bed. It is 11:55, and so far nobody came forward with no more news. All I know is getting the lead in Georgia and Philadelphia is getting closer and closer to turning blue. That's all I know. I've been watching the numbers, and so far, every place that still need to be counted for is light blue, and it's like literally 2,000, 3,000 votes, and they still have several different areas that still need to be accounted for. So at this point, it's just a matter of somebody saying, "We finally finished counting. Here you go." And I think that's what they do. That's what they looking at. That's what they saying so far. They saying so far the switch. I don't know. They said they were trying to finish it by tonight. Now they got 4 minutes, so they still counting, but it seems to be accelerating quicker and quicker. So I don't know. The way it looks, they only have very few areas, and all I saw was blue, and it was like 95%. So even the same thing with Philadelphia, it's all blue, and it's all they still counting those last ballots. Because I'm telling y'all, you have to also factor in there's other races. There's other races that they have to account for. It's not just who's gonna get the who's gonna get the electoral college votes. They also have to update what's gonna happen with the Senate race too. No, they're not talking too much about that, but you also have to factor that as well. They are trying to say they counted every vote. Every single vote is being counted for, down to the very last envelope, because they're not going to say, okay, boom, that's it. They counting every single ballot because nobody's not going to turn around and come back and say, ooh, there was some missing ballots. They didn't count this. This came in late. They're not doing that. They're not going to do that anymore. They're not going to mess up what they did before. Because the last time they had a lot of ballots that came in, and they was and people got bamboozled, manipulated because of that, and it caused a lot of anger. And technically, they knew from the last time. They said, mm-mm. They said when they finally had counted all the ballots the last time, they said that Hillary had more of the popular vote than Trump had, but the electoral college vote, and because they had rushed it so fast that and even if you don't and don't even think about that, go back to Gore and Bush with that fiasco, you know. So they not playing. Ain't nobody playing this time. They not gonna be sitting up here letting be getting bullied and not they said nope, we're gonna count every single vote because they're not going through no courts. I could assure you the first thing they thought of was when Trump rushed that nominee so quick like he did, because they knew that if they called it and say they didn't do it and say that they say, you know what, let him keep running his mouth, let him keep saying, well, we're gonna follow the appellate court already decided. They said, nope, these are the rules, here you go. They already read all that. They already went through all that, and they already went through all of this stuff for any foolishness. They ain't playing. They not playing. They gonna make sure that this time around that they finish and do everything. You know, and like I said, it takes the reason why it's taking it long is because there were early voting, there were people who voted on election day, and there were voting that came in the mail. They said they had so much mail coming in. That's why. So, all right, I'm going to bed. I've been on here the longest that I've ever been. 4 hours and 40 minutes. So I need to get up in the morning, do my house cleaning, do what I need to do. So y'all have a good night. I'll talk to y'all tomorrow night. I'll prepare for my wish list links or whatever. And we'll talk about it and see. Maybe we'll wake up in the morning and see some surprising news one way or the other. All right. Good night, y'all. Thumbs up. Subscribe. I'll read your comments tomorrow. Good night.